Greetings, sentient beings. This broadcast is not intended for children. There will be strong language and adult themes.
Don't we have theme music? We're not a circus. Jesus Christ. Hey, I got an idea. Let's have a parade and don't tell anybody. So I hear that Trump has signed an executive order to ban all parades unless they copy or give homage to his greatest of all parades ever. Am I here alone?
No, I hear you.
Oh, okay.
Now everybody shows up.
What?
Where's Perp? I see Perp. I don't hear Perp.
Hold on. There we go. That should be better.
No.
Hello.
I see Perp and I
Okay.
hear Perp, but
Sorry,
I see
mic
Perp and I don't hear Perp.
My mic was still muted.
Perp. God, there's too many P's in this.
I'm Perp. He's Porp.
Okay, Pooh.
And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing.
Oh, I need to change my name.
Yeah, there's too many mad computer scientists.
What are you mad about?
Really? Listen. As a mad computer scientist, I want to remind everyone, if you don't play God, who will?
Well, I tend to like to. I mean, I've sent virtually everybody on my block to hell already. Now I'm working on this across the street part of the block, and
No,
it's fun.
It's getting rather ominous where I am, but I don't know if we're actually going to get hit. Oh, there was lightning.
You're supposed to be in a bit nasty
you say
pathway
play
today.
God. I can't play God. That's my job. I have to play human.
I don't like to play God because that means I have to not exist.
No, that's why you have to play God.
Because I don't exist?
Because God doesn't exist. I mean, I don't think we ever think about the valuable services mad scientists provide by doing that.
You know, I could do with not existing from time to time. It sounds very relaxing.
Sounds like it would take almost no effort.
I don't know. I just think about alchemy instead.
Oh, wow.
I only think about alcohol.
Alchemy, not alcohol.
Alchemy, alcohol, algebra, algorithms, they all come from the same root language.
Yeah, the two of them I have no hope of ever understanding.
You use algebra probably every day of your life.
Well, good evening, everybody out in the chat. I'm sorry. I don't know. I can't see the whole of your name, so all I can call you is epileptic, and I don't think that's appropriate. So if you should share your last part of your name in the chat, I would love that.
Epileptic,
and Randall and
epileptic.
Unfinished and Apostate and you. Oh, another Vi.
All right. You are Victoria, Apostate Sisters, my unfinished journey.
Victoria. Oh, hi,
Randall,
Apostate
Harmonica,
Sisters.
Man, Randy, Magley. Eclectic, not epileptic.
Oh, now.
No, it is epileptic. Skeptic.
Oh, it is epileptic. Sorry.
Yep. And Angie.
Hi, Angie. Now, Apostate Sisters get to hear me be an asshole for a whole 2 hours, not just for an hour.
Well, someone has to do it.
I do it very well.
Jeez, what did I do? Jeez, I'm just in some sort of mood today.
I don't know, if we don't start the show pretty soon, I'm gonna panic.
Pretty sure we've started it 4 minutes.
Freaking out, man! I'm freaking out!
Well, speaking of panicking, we're under a tornado watch again.
Oh, good. We had those there the other day. They got 14 tornadoes up towards Perp's neighborhood.
Really? I never heard the sirens go off.
Well, they were spread out over the whole area between you and me, but mostly towards your end of the slot.
I mean, I could go bring out my harmonica. That would be enough for everyone to panic.
Oh, would hurt.
Oh, we've got Randall in the side chat. You'd be doing dueling harmonicas.
No, Randall's good at it. That's the difference.
So you can't duel with someone who's had proper training?
Well, I can't duel with them and expect to win.
Who said anything about you winning?
You know, I do have to say, the Trump administration has instilled calm in all of us. But if he's going to steer us toward an apocalypse, I wish he'd pick one and stick with it.
I'm honestly very concerned about what that asshole is going to do with Iran or Iraq or whichever one it was.
Iran.
Iran, thank you.
I mean, I don't know whether I need to get like a handmaid's outfit, be prepared for being on the wall as a gender trader, collect bottle caps, like practice my marksmanship and read up on my magic books for a zombie apocalypse, or
see,
Yes.
see, that's the easy part of the whole thing is that trans women won't have to get a Handmaid's Tale outfit. They'll slaughter us before that comes to that.
yeah, I just
So have any of you ever had a panic attack? How about you guys in the chat? Any of you have a panic attack?
Yep.
Oh,
Nope.
yeah. I got pills for that.
I'm on disability for anxiety disorder.
Okay, we're not asking you to break your HIPAA issues or anything like that, but share as you feel.
I was going to say, Tippett doesn't prevent you from sharing information if you willingly allow it.
Oh
Or
no,
give it out.
they send you to prison if you share your own information. You know, you tell somebody you got a headache. Oh, see, now I'm fucked. They're going to come and get me. Goddamn, crusty, no, nothing.
No,
It's going to come get me.
We refer to her by a proper title, Secretary Puppy Murderer.
Yep.
Puppy Butcher.
Tammy.
Let's try Puppy Butcher.
No, she murdered that puppy.
Yeah, she did. What a sick bitch.
Well, you know, it was being a puppy after all.
Now, because I'm not a mega, I would like to express the compassion for the fact that she was taken to the hospital last night in an ambulance. I heard it was some sort of allergic reaction, but that is all I've heard to this point.
I did
hope
not
she's
hear
all,
wow.
I hope she's all right.
Speaking of panicking, that might be a derecho outside.
Oh, I hear sounds like a rain or something, or wind.
Definitely wind.
Yeah, we definitely had a lot of rain yesterday, but
We barely got a drop. It's supposed to be raining here this very second, and it's not. The radar is being fooled.
It must be really coming down over there.
Yeah, we
Well,
can hear it.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the radar, I wouldn't be surprised if this gets declared to be a derecho later.
yeah.
Oh, you're obsessed with derechos.
That's because they're cool. I mean, really, all there is just really long thunderstorms. But
Jenny, the problem is it is raining there, but the clouds are blocking out the radar. That's why you don't know it's raining.
Oh. Then how does they show up on the radar?
Well, apparently it's not showing up on the radar, otherwise you'd know that.
Mm-hmm. See, I think that this proves that the Earth is flat, that there's portions of the dome which can invert themselves and catch the rain and keep them from falling as God's way of punishing us for being, well, perverts and trans and not megas.
really, because the theory I'm going off of this year, considering how many tornado warnings and tornadoes red states have gotten, is that God is actually punishing them for oppressing people. So, see, if we're going to use that logic, we need to start using it against them.
I don't know if she's allergic to her own bullshit. I suspect not, but she's one hell of a cosplayer, don't you think?
Hey, if I had her money, I could be a better cosplayer too.
If
Yeah.
I was in the military, I'd love to have her costumes. I could be like a military bitch all the time.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it's against the law to impersonate a member of the military.
Well, she's kind of the boss of that portion of it, so she gets to do that.
No, she's not. She's
Well,
not in the Department of Defense.
no, but she's also
I
not
think
the
if you
military.
asked her, she'd give you a different answer.
She's impersonating enforcement people from her own department.
I
Yep.
think she might be the head of the Coast Guard after the reorganization, but she's not considered part of the military.
Of course, it is illegal to impersonate a police officer.
In the old days, you'd try to denigrate a politician by saying they shouldn't be elected dog catcher. Well, she shouldn't either, but for a whole bunch of different reasons.
Let's see here. Key differences between panic attack and anxiety attack. Well, panic attack and anxiety attack share some symptoms, and key differences help distinguish them. Onset, panic attacks occur suddenly, while anxiety attacks build gradually. Intensity, panic attacks are often more intense while severe physical symptoms with severe physical symptoms, whereas anxiety attacks tend to have more psychological symptoms. Duration, in panic attacks peak within minutes and are short-lived, whereas anxiety attacks can last much longer. Trigger, panic attacks may have no obvious trigger, while anxiety attacks are usually linked to stressors or other ongoing concerns.
My anxiety attack has been going on for 50 years now.
And there is Porpoise's anxiety alert.
Do you have an internet connection in the basement?
I don't have a basement.
Oh.
Tornado warning in this area until 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time.
Well, now we know what's happening. Those are always so goddamn scary. Tornadoes, there's just no way to be brave around it.
Guess that means I get both. Though oddly enough, with me with the panic or anxiety attacks, I don't really seem to feel the emotional response to it. I get just the physical response.
I never told my shrink that I had anxiety attacks until about 6 months ago. Oh, how long have those been going on? Oh, well, about 30 years. Why didn't you tell me? Well, because you had me pegged as pretty sick already. I didn't want to make me better and worse. Give you more reasons to lock me up. Which isn't true. She's not trying to lock me up.
Yeah, take care, Porpoise. As I said, stay safe, Porpoise.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that Porpoise wanted to shut down her equipment.
Yeah.
Lightning strikes do nasty things to computers.
Amber,
Yeah.
those would be panxiety attacks. And they actually cost quite a bit of money. You can't just get those at Walmart. You have to go to an upper end store, like Nordstrom's or something.
When I was going to the doctor, I started having a panic attack. I actually got to use my little oximeter to see what my heart rate was in a panic attack. So that was interesting.
Oh, what did it hit?
126.
Well, that's up there. You can feel that in your chest, can't you?
Yeah. I've had worse.
Oh, what, anxiety attacks or heart rates?
With the heart rate with the anxiety attacks or panic attacks.
I can't imagine what having your heart rate going above 100 would feel like.
Oh, you do not want to experience it, honestly.
I've had...
Go ahead.
Oh.
No.
I've had where I couldn't get up off the floor. The heart rate was just so much I couldn't really even move, really.
When I had my AFib attacks before, it was under control, which is no longer under control because I can't have any medication because it's too expensive, and Trump took away my Part D. Anyways, they measured it in the ER at about 175. It's not a lot of fun. That's where you hit the point of you start to pass out because the oxygen or the blood doesn't spend enough time in the lungs to oxygenate.
That's probably close to where I think that might have been close to where I was when I couldn't get up off the floor.
Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising. Isn't biology fun?
I don't know. Maybe I've had it do that, but maybe I just passed out too fast to be aware of what it was doing.
Anxiety peas.
I've had a couple of panic attacks where I just like went unconscious within 10 seconds.
Okay, now I got to ask about this. Is it the concept of peeing that makes you anxious, or is it when you're anxious you pee? Or please explain the structure here.
Or peeing causes anxiety.
Ooh, or thinking you have to pee, you have anxiety. Or not being able to get somewhere to pee, you have anxiety.
I'm going to guess it means an anxiety attack can cause you to pee yourself before you can get somewhere appropriate.
Oh, that's interesting. I suppose that makes sense.
When anxious,
feeling like you have to pee.
I get a lot of knots in my stomach from.
I wake up that way a lot. Not anxious, but definitely having to pee. dribbling on the way there.
Well, that was too much information.
Well, it's just biology. So, did any of you watch the lovely and thrilling, beyond belief, Trump parade?
No.
I just saw clips from it, including Trump scowling because it wasn't what he wanted.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun to see how unhappy he was.
The janky, I think there were Sherman tanks or some variant of Sherman tank.
Well, he wanted the A1 Abrams tanks.
Well, they were there.
And no, all he got is some light infantry tanks because the A1 Abrams would have crushed the pavement under them.
Well, that one looked like an Abrams. I'm not a tank specialist. That's for sure. But it looked really big and nasty.
Some other tanks. The clip I saw only had some light infantry support tanks.
There were some World War II tanks there, which look very, very small comparatively to what we see in an Abrams or something.
Yeah. Yeah, the clip I saw only had those, so maybe there were some other tanks that I didn't see.
Yeah, there were a few others, but
apparently the theme that they tried to accomplish was that they were going to show the military over our history. And I guess the beginning of it started out with some colonist type armies or whatever they were called in those days.
Yeah, the colonial rebels.
No, they were uniformed, so it was after because they're celebrating the army, not just killing people with guns.
At least that's a decent concept for a parade.
Yeah, it is. It just was so well executed. Those bleachers were pretty funny. I think that was because people played the prank of calling for tickets knowing that they weren't going to go.
Well, actually, Suris tried to get into the parade.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't let him in because he was carrying a tripod.
Oh, interesting.
Huh.
Well, anyway, I was at the local protest that day, so.
Why is poo too much information? Everybody poops. Well, there is a book about that, so it's true. We need to talk about it more. It's a matter of health.
Then, of course, we have nobody poops but you, and you're a naughty child that has concentrated evil coming out at the back of you.
I'm in the middle of a book. It's called "Everybody Poops, but Yours Stinks Worse Than Everyone's."
Yeah, the thing about concentrated evil coming out the back of you, wouldn't that be a good thing because then you're purging the evil from your system?
That was a Family Guy joke.
Yep. Yeah, I remembered that.
There's this woman on TikTok who is just a very beautiful young woman. In her 30s, maybe late 30s. She is so goddamn funny. I mean, I haven't seen professional comedians that'll rip your sides as much as she does. And she does these talks about these little soliloquies or never more than 5 minutes, but she picks up on a topic and she just goes with it. And she's just very good at putting together chains of adjectives and pronouns
I don't know. It sounds
to destroy anybody she wants. And she did this thing the other day on being in the bathroom, and one of the sisters in a couple stalls down let out this ripper that rattled the lights and shook the tile floor. And she's just tremendous.
I don't know. It sounds kind of violent and gory. Ripping your sides.
Well, from laughter, your sides can get really sore, and it feels like they're about to split. I had that happen once watching George Carlin on stage. He had me laughing so much I literally fell out of the chair.
There's somebody we could use nowadays.
Yeah.
What do you mean? We got Bill Maher and some of those mega comedians, whatever they might be. Are there any right-wing comedians?
Yes, there are right-wing comedians.
There are?
There are, but they don't understand what makes a good joke.
Okay.
Because they keep trying to inject Bible stuff into it and somehow think that it makes a point and that they're somehow funny.
Okay. Like parodies of bread and fishes and things like that.
Okay, yeah, Porpoise is waiting to come out of the closet again.
Not having a basement would scare the F out of me. That's the only real way to survive a tornado is get the hell underground.
Well, like I said, I feel pretty secure here because this building is mostly concrete block. So I think the worst the tornado is going to do is blow my windows out.
That reminds me, I need to get stuff on my windows to protect them.
My closest for tornado is the what do they call it? The level 1 or
yeah,
whatever it is that came over right over town. Was that last year or year before? And I was caught out in the middle of it. Fortunately, it hadn't actually touched down. It was just scraping along the tops of the trees yet. It set down in one of the farmer fields to the east.
Yeah, and if I really needed to, I could always just retreat to, go and sit in the bathroom. Because that's, 2 of the walls of the bathroom are concrete block and there's no windows in there. And it doesn't have any outside walls.
Yeah, I don't know about the idea of this. They say hide in your bathtub, which is, okay, well, it's this tough material and it's heavy and all that stuff. But what if you're laying it and the tornado hits and it takes your toilet and drops it right on your head?
Yeah.
That would be a shitty way to go.
I'm not so sure about hiding in the bathtub. Usually,
the idea of hiding in the bathtub with a heavy blanket over you is mostly to protect you from flying debris.
Mm.
And those 2x4s that are flying at you at 200 miles an hour are definitely going to be stopped by a blanket.
Yes.
Yeah, give me a basement, thanks.
I usually set myself up, if I need to, I set myself up in the center of my house.
Yeah, that's about all you can do.
Yeah, you can't have a basement in Florida, so.
Yeah.
You can't, or it's just too hard to engineer one, so it's too expensive.
Well, you could probably pull it off like how you pull off of those undersea hotels. That might work, but yeah, it'd be
Yeah,
really expensive.
that would be the thing is that
And it'd take a lot of maintenance too, I imagine.
yeah, trying to get it all sealed watertight and able to withstand the constant hydro pressure on the outside walls.
Mm.
Because once you dig down, the 10 feet or so, you're in water basically.
Oh, that deep. It must be one of the high elevations areas of Florida. I heard it was usually 6 feet or less.
Yeah, you can be that. My area is a little bit higher. I think actually I think you need to. It's about 10 feet down. You start hitting water. But my house there's a slight elevation to the property, so.
Now, who was that? What Florida politician did I just write a nasty letter to? I can't remember. It was probably Ron DeSantis. But I know that whoever it was, I told them that I can't wait till global warming has its way with Florida. Sorry, all you people who bought property down there, sell now before you can be so way you can still get $1 for it.
Yeah, if it goes underwater, we just sell it and move. We sell to who?
Yeah.
Freaking Aquaman?
A yacht club.
Who was it that said that? Was dude has a really high pitched voice.
Gilbert Gottfried?
No, it wasn't. No, it was a right wing commentator. What's his name? Can't remember off the top of my head for some reason.
Don't know. I try to keep those guys out of my brain. What
Well-
little I have left.
Okay, see, Mage, what you need to do is start now building an ark for the animals because you can build it on your own property, and that.
That was
then
Ben
when-
Shapiro.
Huh?
No, it was
Oh.
Ben Shapiro. That was one I was trying to think of.
You need to build an ark to save all your animals because then when you really need it, it'll just float itself off your property, so you don't even have to worry about getting it to the ocean.
Yeah, so have a houseboat that's just sitting on the property. So
Exactly.
that's
Well,
not a bad idea.
here in up in the upper Mississippi, we have lots and lots of people who have built these. I don't know what they call them for sure, but there's these little vacation home cabin things that float on the water, float on the river, and they used to just cover the banks of the rivers, and the states made laws that, as the owner of that dies, you may not. Or if the building is destroyed, you may not rebuild it. We're looking to get rid of those things, but there's a lot of them that have been grandfathered in because they haven't been destroyed and are in good shape, but they're way reduced to what they were. But those
Actually, oh god, that actually is a good idea though. Having a house that sits on the ground in a flood zone, and it's designed to be able to function as a boat. Oh.
No, these are actually in the water.
I know what you're talking about. I'm just talking about for a flood zone area, that's actually not a bad idea. Having a houseboat that just sits on the land, and if you get flood, you just rise up with the flood.
I think the biggest idea of having them here in southern Minnesota was that so because there's no plumbing in one of those, we have a way to give Iowa a little present that they deserve.
Probably want to anchor it somehow to the property. Maybe it's chains or something so it doesn't float away.
Yeah, they are. They're tied to the shore. So there are a few rare crazies that live in them all winter.
Okay, there's a country song called Redneck Yacht Club. Look it up later.
Okay.
Basically, it's about a bunch of guys who just have a party by tethering all their boats together.
Sounds like fun.
Oh boy. Well, it's been nice knowing you, Kyle. I guess we'll not be talking to you in about 45 minutes, hey?
Yeah.
A country song for everything. I want them to write a country song about hemorrhoids. Because they could get some country asshole to sing it.
Rolling, 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 boy, my ass is swollen.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, I'm just waiting for them, to get the self-driving vehicles going, because then it's inevitable that we'll have a country song about why my truck left me.
That is funny. I wonder if Elon Musk knows that one. Gee, he's been quiet lately, hasn't he? I wonder why.
Let's just keep it that way.
He's been quietly reworking the Twitter algorithm so that it doesn't talk about Trump anymore.
You'll have to excuse me for a moment. I just came up with a image idea for a little internet meme. And I have to set it up and take a picture.
So, hey, Commander. How's things going for you?
You are muted.
I'll be right back.
Yep. Well, Commander might be driving.
Do, 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 do.
Let's see what's going on. I watched Cloud Atlas last night. It was, not really my anything. Way too long. A lot of star power, though. I mean, if you like to watch movies just for who's in it, definitely a good one for that.
Yeah. It depends who, is it someone who really knows how to act, or is it just somebody who's famous who plays themselves no matter what the role is?
What a lead was Tom Hanks.
Okay, he's shown some versatility, yeah.
Yeah, it had some good actors in it. It had Halle Berry in it and a few other people I recognized. So it had a lot of star power in it. Just wasn't, I don't know, I just was kind of bored with it.
So they blew the budget on the casting and couldn't afford a script?
Seems like it. I don't know, it was one that I think Beck recommended to me to watch. So I had it sitting around on my computer and I figured, might as well get around to watching this.
Hey, Kyle.
And have you heard there's plans for a Spaceballs little sequel?
Oh boy. I'm sorry, I'm not a fan of that very much.
The first one was good. I hesitate about them making a sequel, especially, so long after the original.
That's been the general consensus so far.
Oh, let's see here. What, isn't Mel Brooks dead?
No, he's still around.
Oh, he is?
In fact, he was in the teaser.
Well, actually, he is dead, but it's part of the sequel to Young Frankenstein that they're going to bring him back.
Oh, well, that's great news. Who will they get to replace Terry Garr?
Some talks about trying to get Yeah, to Rick Moranis to come out of retirement
For what?
for Spaceballs too.
Oh. Well, that would be good. I think everybody, except for Madeline Kahn in Young Frankenstein has passed.
Oh, hey,
that's kind of sad.
Commander, you're in our time zone. You could come visit us.
Let's see here.
Of course, our time zone also extends, all the way down to Texas, so you could be 1,000 miles away and still be in our time zone in the U.S.
Oh, I hate having to pick a font. There's so many absolutely boring fonts. Okay, let's do that one because everybody hates Comic Sans.
I'm sorry that you had to make a trip to Louisiana.
Oops, that's not the right one. There we go.
Almost done here. And then I'll post it up so you can share with everybody how juvenile I am.
We already know that.
Oh no, this takes a whole new level. Yeah, there we go. It's completely graphically a graphic insult. Actually, I like it. We'll use that. Now let's see. We got to give it a little professional touch and add some vignette.
Hey, we may not be able to stay young, but we can always be immature.
By the way, for you people out there in the chat and on the panel who enjoy photography or at least trying to show your photographs online and things, take your photo into your editing program and always vignette. Always vignette. It darkens the corners just a touch and it draws the eyes to the subject. Plus, it just plain looks nice and feels very professional when somebody views it.
You're already using terminology that I have no clue what you're talking about.
Vignette is spelled vignette, Bignette, and it is the I don't know the official definition, but I know what it does. It darkens the corners and the edges of an image.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be just a photograph. I'm sure you can describe vignetting in a lot of different situations. Because that's unnecessary stuff that's out on the sides. You don't need to know that stuff. And so you want to bring the viewer's attention into the subject, and by vignetting and darkening, the eye is drawn to lighter because that's what we do as humans.
Right.
That's all.
So you're saying that it causes the viewer to have tunnel vision?
Yes, exactly. And it's something we want everybody to have. In fact, we've been so successful at it, we developed an entire political party called Maggots.
Yep. See, this is the problem I've had with, trying to do some, some photo editing software, is they immediately start out by using vocabulary I don't have.
Well, that's what we make dictionaries for.
How about a tutorial that explains it to someone who's never done it before, instead of telling me it works just like Paint Shop?
Well, I don't know because I didn't write the books.
Well, Paint Shop works like GIMP.
How does GIMP work?
Like Paint Shop.
No, more like Photoshop, actually.
Oh, yeah, Photoshop.
Okay, the image is in our Twitter. You guys can go grab it and bring it to the crowd. I want to again emphasize the juvenility of the subject, but I'm on a kick these days. This particular expression has just been brainworming me, and I just can't stand it. But I still have to deal with it. So here it comes.
Okay.
This is what happens. This is what happens when you're juvenile. And
She's
you're
doing a
eating-
lot of penises on a lot of things.
when you're juvenile and you're eating out of a bag of what do they call this shit? Chex Mix.
Yep.
Savory Chex Mix, not that fake cheese stuff. Oh, that's a good idea. Prostate. It is a penile pretzel, yes. I have this Bic lighter that I picked out of at random, and when you get it out of the package, you see what it says. And it's got a little squirrel at the bottom, just with his sitting on his butt and his little hands curled up in front of him. They're so cute when they do that. A gray squirrel, ground squirrel, and behind the ground squirrel is a little vertical stack of a bunch of hex nuts side to side, to build like a lattice work of nuts, and it just says nuts, which, okay, it's stupid, but there's nuts there, and the squirrel likes nuts, and the squirrel's got a face of like, well, what do I do with that shit? But there's enough space on it between the word Bic and the word nuts, and they used Helvetica font, that I was able to take a picture of it and write D's, and get it the same size and the same spacing, and just put it right there and send it out on the web. It says D's nuts on the lighter, and it's just, again, completely juvenile, and it's just one of those little pieces of boy that hangs onto you if you're trans.
I don't know. I don't think I had that much boy in me to begin with.
Oh, we all did. We just choose to ignore most of it.
No, I didn't get most of those jokes when I was a kid.
Well, you did not master the fine art of continuing immaturity to adulthood.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten the concept of maturity at all anyway, so. Hey, Heathen Granny, yeah. Jenny was talking about that a bit earlier.
They haven't started something we haven't heard about yet, have they?
Well, Trump always has to start with a couple of days of bluster before he ever, actually gets to doing anything. And
well, he's an old guy. It takes him a while to get it up. Well, Heathen, I tell you what, I will discuss this in as a serious adult here. In 1967, I was about 13 years old, somewhere in there, getting towards 14. What was it? What doesn't matter. But it was just the point of age in my life that I began to understand that there's a big world out there, and there's all kinds of things that go on, and that some affect us and some don't. Ultimately, they all do, because now I understand we're just one big happy family in a closed planet, a closed, domed planet. And and that year was this little thing called the 6-Day War in the Middle East, where Israel, I don't recall exactly what stimulated the action, but they decided to declare war on the Middle East, and they kicked the Arabs' ass like they were amateurs. In 6 days, they just absolutely brought the Arab world to its knees militarily. And that's where Israel got the reputation of don't fuck with Israel, and the Mossad and all that kind of stuff. And it was, and it was awful and all that kind of stuff. When the USS Liberty has been attacked by Israel today, all right, I'll go on with the story. This is too upsetting.
it isn't the Liberty a hospital ship?
I do not know. Anyways, it was all nasty and upsetting and things like that. And then also, I think it was that year, or maybe the year after, the Pueblo incidents, where the Pueblo spy ship of America was taken by the let's see who that, North Koreans, I believe. Yes, and all the sailors held hostage for quite some time. But it was a rude introduction into understanding that there's a world out there that can not be nice. I mean, I certainly heard about World War II when I was growing up, and my dad was in the South Pacific and stuff, but he never told war stories. But there was all the TV and all the stuff that kids get in their head, and it really made me mad that and boy, I can get in trouble saying this. There are all these nasty Arabs going after all these Jews, and who do they think? Because as a kid, my only awareness was not for the Arab world; it was for Jews. I lived in a Jewish neighborhood, and I knew a lot of Jewish people, and so I had that bias and things. But now, when I look back at this, as a 70-year-old crazy woman, it makes me just absolutely livid that these people in this part of the world, whoever they are, I don't care whoever they are anymore. I have no allegiances. That feel it's their right to put the entire planet on edge because they're a bunch of boys who can't keep their penises in their pants and have to go on and prove who's the biggest macho idiot out there. It's absolutely gross. It's the most inhuman thing you can imagine. And I hate the Middle East. Not necessarily the individual people, but certainly the governments and certainly the rulers. They're just absolutely decrepit, immoral, self-absorbed, and a bunch of fucking little boys. And
all right, can everyone hear me?
I just wish they didn't exist. And it's one of the things that makes me glad I'm old enough where I can see the end of the road, and I won't have to put up this shit anymore. I just hate them so much for what they've done to our planet.
Yeah, well, a big part of the problem was, Israel was an artificially created state.
All right, can everyone hear me?
I don't want to get into any of the history or supposed this guy stubbed this guy's toe or any of that bullshit.
That's going to be a problem because
I don't care what goes on.
low.
If you start pulling guns and throw thousands of people at each other to kill each other, you're a fucking asshole. And you're immature and don't know how to deal with human beings.
We hear you, Porpoise, but your volume's low.
You're breaking up, actually.
Yeah, well, any sympathy I may have had for Israel was lost when they started bombing hospitals.
And children, and babies, and ambulances.
Yeah, but bombing hospitals is specifically spelled out in the Geneva Convention as being a war crime. So at that point, how can any nation who subscribed to the Geneva Convention actually support them anymore?
U.S.
Yeah.
I don't understand what we get out of our relationship with Israel, to be honest.
Money. Or politicians get money.
They get money.
Yeah.
They get our money.
Well, politicians get their money too.
Yeah, it lets us destroy last year's military equipment so that we can buy new stuff.
Yeah, but their money is our money, so they're really just getting our money from a different pocket this time.
Yeah, they have political PACs here, and they give our politicians a lot of money. So our politicians inflate them.
Well, also, it gives the politicians here reasons to, keep the weapons factories in their district going so they can claim they've created more jobs.
And I understand that global political nature of oil, and our absolutely grotesque consumption of it. But if this planet was not established and existing under a also immoral framework of capitalism, we would understand that these resources belong to all of us, and we wouldn't need to make gross profit off of them, and so there wouldn't be the incentive to want to take over other people's nations so that you could be the boss and steal all the money.
That's another thing. We do a lot. The U.S. actually does a lot of the most highest amount of oil drilling, but it's privately owned, and so it's not so much. So it's actually these corporations, and they sell most of that overseas.
Yep.
So the whole drilling more to lower costs of gas and stuff in the U.S. doesn't work as it's being just sold overseas.
I know Marshfield, Wisconsin. It's actually not too far from here. I think I'm thinking of the right Marshfield. I thought there was two. It must be because the one I know down towards Milwaukee County is not 20,000 people. Not a chance. It's more like about 1,000, 2,000. Let's see, Marshfield. I'm trying to place Marshfield. I think that's towards the what's the name of that damn base? Not Volkfield is in Madison. Camp Douglas is up towards this neck of the woods, and then there's another one along I-94, and it's a military thing, and I don't remember what it is. Yeah, that's probably one I'm thinking of, apostate.
Oh, near Wausau. Actually, there's a distance between Wausau and Stevens Point, isn't there? Because Stevens Point is on the lake.
No, Stevens Point is not on the lake.
Okay, all right, then I'm getting it confused with another town there.
Okay, I'll check.
Although I have to wonder about a town that's built on some place called Marshfield. Because doesn't that basically mean they built it on a wetland? And, that went really well for some places in Minnesota.
I'm not really sure that you can be a marsh and a field. Aren't those kind of like geologically different?
A marsh can be a rice field.
Well, yeah, but that's a rice field. That's not a field. Field is where like cows hang out and shit. Oh, okay. Marshfield is pretty much due east of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, which is on I-94, due east of Minneapolis. And I don't have any legend on this map, so I can't tell you how far it is, but it looks like it might be 70, 80, 90 miles, something like that. And then Wausau, it is in between Wausau and Stevens Points, but it is way off to the west from that line drawn between the two. I almost went to Stevens Point once. Oh, I have a Pride Month thing to share. I forgot. Oh boy.
Okay, good. Let's see that. Yeah, I had too much crap going on to organize any topics for Pride Month this year. I actually had a couple of ideas that I was going to do, but too much anxiety in real life for me to get any projects together.
This one is a kind of a stick it between the ribs of the MAGA's pride image, and I saw it on the line, and I just had to have it. And it's in the MidAmerica, so you can grab it if you want. And this is another one of my favorites that has come around, and anti-maggot. And here's a supportive one. So I got 3 up there. And if you'd like to pass those on. The buildings in downtown Milwaukee are sinking too. Patty, did you know that? Oh, I'm sorry, apostate. I didn't get permission to call you first name. If you go downtown, you can actually go to businesses downtown where you have to walk down some steps to get to them because they've sunk enough that they need a few steps. Milwaukee is a gigantic marsh.
See, we're on the doll. Will does Pride Month hurt you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's such a cute doll, and the message is just prophetic as far as I'm concerned.
Rainbow Bright, and sort of.
These maggots whine so much. Oh, it's Pride Month. How come we don't get a month? Huh? Why don't we get a white Pride Month? Because you're an asshole. That's why. What about the military? Well, they get May and November. These dildos, if they would just take the moment to investigate their irritant, they would realize that it's not very valid, but they're not used to thinking and stuff. Isn't she cute? And this way is just the way it should be. The way it is.
Yes, definitely.
Of course, that's all fun to play with, but we'll see if we can still feel that way when they're
okay, Jenny,
dragging us into the camps. I'm sorry, please.
I thought those buildings in Milwaukee where you had to go down to enter, I thought that was because of the mud flood.
Well, see, we're just covering with the sinking thing, the story. You found us out. Yes, Milwaukee was mud flooded, and
Yeah.
none of it existed before the mud flood, and we just dug out, what was under there. We didn't know.
I've thought of doing a thing around here about some of the buildings from the mud flood. Apparently, it happened very recently in this area. Because there's a building that was built in the 1970s that only the top floor is still exposed.
Oh.
So it got buried 3 floors deep.
In Milwaukee, it was even worse. They got a building there that's 42 stories, so that sounds like about 400 or 500 feet to me.
Yep.
So that was a pretty big, thick layer of mud. Where did they put all the mud when they dug it out?
In Minneapolis, the Loring Park Library, they had to reverse all the elevator buttons because it's a 5-story building and 4 floors are below ground level.
So now they're like LL, lower level, and then there's -1, -2, -3, -4.
Yep.
Oh. Do they have a minus sign on there?
I can't remember now. It's been years since I've been in there.
Well, I'm going to carry some paint with me if I ever go into a place like that. I've got to paint the minus sign on there.
I suppose that's one way to create a basement.
I've always. Oh yes, the reason I wanted to bring this one, that woman there is trans. Of course, she's in the picture, and these are all things she says. Her and I started transition the same year.
Yeah.
I'm so much better looking.
See, we're not going anywhere. You can't erase the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. You can't erase trans people from existence. You can't erase queer people from this world. You can't erase our story, or our history, or who we are. You can't. You can try to ignore us all you want, but we'll still be here. You can try to silence us, but we will not be silenced. They thought that it was a fad or a fetish.
Yup.
Already won, but okay, works.
Yep.
I was given the fetish label myself. The fad label I don't think came on till the 2000s.
Yeah, I think that was more of the 2000s.
Yeah, well, it's with my ex always thought it was just a fetish. She never took me seriously.
Well, trans didn't exist at all until like 1999, I think it was. We were all at this party, and never mind.
Yeah.
Some little bitty guy from Minneapolis came, started to sing, and we all turned trans.
Yeah, the problem was, all of the massive walk-in closets that we all had to hide in.
And then you all had to come out of the closet and.
See, my closet was really shallow, and I couldn't get deep into it enough to hide. I would stand there behind the clothes, but my feet would be showing, so it was pretty insecure. And had those ugly sliding doors that are hollow.
Yeah. Let's see. It looks like the claim of trans as a fad came around 2018.
Okay.
Oh, that's more recent than I realized.
Or at least popularized it around that
Yep.
time.
It's a hell of a fad, people doing what they do to themselves for as long as they do it, as in all their life, just to be part of a fad. I guess it's like the Beatles.
Apparently, it came around from that crap study of rapid onset gender dysphoria controversy.
Was that one of Ray Blanchard's piece of bullshit? Or was that just a bunch of suburban women in the UK that came up with that fantasy?
Let's see. Lisa Littman, who did a survey. If I remember correctly, they basically just asked the parents of trans kids or something. Oh yeah, I didn't know that just suddenly happened.
Yeah. And it's like this this artist has been discovered. No, they've been working for 20 years, and you just found out about them finally.
Yeah. Because parents always know everything about their kids. Yeah.
Apostate, you know a little bit about our history. That's very nice to hear that somebody's taking the time to understand that sort of stuff. So many people don't, like the entire Republican Party. Oh God. And if there's anybody on the chat, and I'm not sure that there is because we talk about this so much, there are writings from Babylonian, the Sumerians in Babylonia, in Mesopotamia, in cuneiform, that describe trans. They provide descriptions that sound like we would use for trans today.
Mhm.
They don't have
Yeah.
the word transgender or transsexual.
Yeah, it would have been it would have been different concepts of it, but yeah, it's essentially the same thing.
But I did acquire a part of some language translation stuff from smart people on cuneiform, and it discusses the various symbols in cuneiform and how they're defined and how they're used within that context. It's pretty interesting, but it's nice to know that we go back 2,000-3,000 years before the Abrahamic religions were invented.
Well, it's also interesting, that virtually every culture had some terms describing this until somebody showed up to tell them about the Bible.
That would have been the Catholics coming into the new world.
No, actually, I wouldn't be as surprised if it even goes back further than in our current species.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, but we can only depend on what we know about them by written word. So
a lovely term that I've latched onto, and I hope I'm pronouncing it right. This the Winky is a Lakota word that means a man who aspires to become a woman.
you still call yours a Winky? No.
Well,
I called
one
mine
of
a
those
Winky too, but
odd
I was
little
5 years old.
punctuation marks there, so I'm
Oh,
not sure the
oh,
exact pronunciation.
that's okay. I mean, if you
You know,
have to
so
speak
yeah,
it, if you have to live with euphemisms, you have to live with euphemisms. That's just perfectly fine. I don't mind. Oh, geez, I just noticed Mage's turned green.
You just noticed that. I've had that this whole time.
I've been watching PBS. It's interesting.
yeah,
Maybe other primates are. I've wondered that too. I mean, I don't know of anybody who's had any evidence, maybe other than bonobos, and their proclivity to have sex over everything.
What I've mentioned has to do with our development of our sense of self.
well, and trans goes, across all sorts of species spectrums. They they have observed female lions in the wild who will grow a full mane and take on completely the male roles. And dragonflies are cross-dressing prostitutes.
No, that's a little bit different though.
Well,
Yeah,
okay, but it's hard to ask a dragonfly if they're a cross-dresser or if they're trans.
no, that's a strategy, and it's an insect. This whole thing is a little bit more complex, and you can apply to really any animals lesser than human beings.
Well, that's what I mean, though, is that it shows it's not just a primate thing, that there's some of this sort of thing that's going on with other species as well.
I am adverse to calling any of those kinds of phenomenon that we do know about and are completely true trans. They're just not.
Yeah.
They're in the animal world. They're hermaphroditic. In the animal world, there's certain behaviors, coupling behaviors, and mating behaviors, and parenting behaviors, but they're not trans issues at all. Trans
I think I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to side with Jenny on this one.
Well,
I think it requires a level of cogency that animals just don't have.
That's it that we know of.
That's true, and we are growing in our understanding of self-awareness that animals have.
well, I would think that most other species at least have a concept of, which ones of them are male and which ones are female.
That's an interesting part of the whole argument. That the maggots love to get into is well, okay, but you're always male. Well, my I always have XX. Don't call me always male, because I don't have any of those parts that would qualify as male. And it's been that way for much longer than you've been alive, kid. So don't call me male. I'm not.
Yeah. Okay, but still, sticking to just the human species, though, we have certainly seen it in cultures across the world.
Oh, absolutely. And the other dynamic that the right wing loves to pretend doesn't exist is the fact that even in today's world, they estimate there's some more upwards of 600 different genders, and because Americans are such provincial, limited thinkers, they think only American and two genders is what is real. They don't have any concept of the rest of the world.
Yeah, that seems to be more a more a problem with the English language than anything, that the English language doesn't have words for more than two genders.
Well, that's because it hasn't needed them. That's how we define it and look at it. But
Yeah.
in other cultures, there's certainly those words.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean, that it's just a problem with our language, that a lot of other languages do have words for several more. Ember even did a video that in the Torah, it describes 8 different genders.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I think I've heard people say that it describes 6 different genders, 8, the number 8 being including man and woman from our language and understanding.
Yeah, it is kind of like nature doesn't deal well in binaries.
Imagine that. Well, I shouldn't talk smart since I tend to be pretty binary myself, but I admit it.
Let's see here. We got your classic male, female. You got trans, female, trans, and man. Sort of a 50-50 split. Neither. Leaning one way, leaning the other. So that's 8 there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's I mean I don't have the desire to memorize all these names and stuff, but I know an anthropologist, Gelbel is her screen name. She's doctorate professor in Australia. She can rattle off names from 100 different cultures of what they call trans people there versus here and that kind of stuff. She's really quite brilliant.
Well, and after all, our universe is only 6,000 years old, so I think we should go by some of the cultures that are like 10,000 years old, that they had more experience with us.
They didn't exist.
Well, they've got written records that go back that far.
Not if the Earth is 6,000 years old, you don't.
Nah, go argue with that with the Chinese dynasties.
I'm not arguing it with you. You're the one who said we go with we're 6,000 years old.
Yeah.
Oh, you're referring that the concept of trans or multi-genders is 6,000 years old. Is that it?
No, I was going with the young Earth creationist thing, arguing that we're only 6,000 years old.
Oh, okay. Well, then you can't have anything that's older than that. I'm sorry. Cavemen only grunted. That's the way it is.
Well, the Aztecs and the Chinese found a lot of their grunts.
What would it have been like to be trans in Neanderthal times?
Well, 5,000 years ago, a transgender, in quotes, transgender skeleton when discovered. Archaeologists have discovered a 5,000-year-old skeleton, which they believe may be the remains of a transgender person. Ancient Scythians had religious leader who is known as Inari. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this correctly. Were born in male but lived as either women or third-sex people, including Ovid reports drinking feminizing potions. Anthropologists speculate they use licorice root extract or a testosterone blocker in mare's urine in place of estrogen, and yes, it's medically possible that this would work if prepared properly. Thanks to more complete historical record, as we also know that trans people were present and valued in ancient Rome, allowing paint into apparently according to historical pictures.
Oh, so they actually were doing HRT that far back.
Some form of HRT from 5,000 years ago, apparently.
Yeah.
I remember something I read. Geez, I cannot. I cannot admit to any veracity with it, but that was talking that there were tribes way back then that would drink horse piss. Now we know that today horse piss is pregnant horse piss is loaded with estrogen compounds
Yeah.
that they can synthesize into Premarin and
That's what I was just yeah. So I was just reading.
conjugated stuff. But here, drink this.
But especially, yeah, this especially prepared mare's urine that they use.
Oh, see, Mel Brooks should use that in something.
Drink this pee.
I have to admit that when I started my HRT in the 70s, and they gave me Premarin because that's all they had then. And I looked it up in the PDR because I was smart that way, and learned it was conjugated horse estrogens. And it's like, wait a minute, what the hell are you giving me?
Well, now you guys now all you know. Oh, if they take away all your HRT stuff, all you have to do is drink mare urine and licorice.
Mmm, yum. Well, if suppose if you mix them
Can't
together, it
stand
wouldn't be-
licorice.
Well, there's certain things you
Of
have
course.
to put up with. It's just the way it
Maybe
is.
the
It's-
licorice is just because the flavor was so strong that it would mask the horse pee.
So it's the licorice that you have a problem with, not the horse pee.
Hey, if it means staying on HRT, I might wind up considering it.
When these assholes do get around to denying HRT to people, what are they going to do with all these women who scream and yell and how you dare you take away my HRT for menopause? I don't want to grow a mustache. It's
Yeah, there's a lot of other reasons to use that other than being trans.
there are far more cis women on HRT than there will ever be trans people.
Oh yeah.
And there's a lot more uses than just menopause and all that too. I know, like I know it can help with periods.
It's the basis of oral contraceptives.
Hmm. No, they can't have contraceptives now. I mean, that's all.
Yeah, well, yeah, we'll get rid of those two pretty quick. No having sex. Oh, wait a minute. You're having babies? What? We told you not to do that. Well, we had the system that worked, and then you guys came along and broke everything.
Kind of like Trump with Iran. See how that just kind of went back on itself there?
I love how he was treated at the G7 and our Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney. Was it?
Well-
yeah, that's him.
And they say that he cut out early because of the Israeli thing.
No.
No, he cut out early to go and watch his parade.
No, he cut out early because Mark Carney and him were in the middle of a news conference and Trump started saying stupid goddamn fucking Trump stuff. And Carney said, that's enough. We're ending this news conference because Don was a jackass and he took offense to that. And so he went away with the little boy who stubbed his toe and nobody would dry his tears.
Okay, now, I'm not sure if this is true, but I also heard something now that Trump is starting his own cell phone company.
Uh-huh. And they promise that all the phones will be made in America. Of course, the cell phone and corporate manufacturing junkies say that it would take 5 to 10 years to create a facility in America to actually be able to make cell phones.
Yep.
But that's okay. The company will be bankrupt before then. Would you trust any of your communications to something with the name Trump on it?
No.
No.
I don't even trust my own country with the name Trump on it.
I won't even play the card game Trump anymore.
Well, Pasta, I'm kind of back a ways in the comments. But binaries do exist as living organisms. Do they exist exclusively? Absolutely not. You're 100% correct. But humans are very binary, very, very binary. That's what the whole conflict about being trans is about. Is that the establishment, the status quo demands that binaries exist, and to this day they want women to be pounded back into their little round hole with a square peg.
Phrasing.
Well, yes, thank you. Giggity, as Ember would say.
Well, there is the one binary that either you're alive or you're dead.
Well, that one is valid, yes.
Unless you're mostly dead.
Actually, no, it's not. They have been finding through research and things that people can be quote unquote dead much longer than we think before they can be brought back to consciousness.
But he's only mostly dead.
Yeah. So there's even a sliding scale on that. But that's the thing that was always not hard for me, that I had to battle for a time to understand trans, is that, okay, well, if I'm trans and I have this concept that I grew up knowing that I was a girl, what does that mean to be a girl? And if I try to define that in social terms, well, it becomes the stereotype of what a woman is, what a man is. But then you find out that there's people who are in between, and so that it is a spectrum. It's not a binary. It always has been a spectrum. But that's what the conflict is the opposition wants to pound us into a binary that never existed. But they think it does, and they structure their society as though it does, and it limits people.
Well, Molly thinks there's a binary. You're either getting belly rubs or you're not getting belly rubs.
Pasta, you're fun to talk with.
Oh yeah, the apostate sisters are great.
I'm very sad that I have missed you all this time. I have to find out exactly when your show is so I can become a regular fan. I can bring you cookies and stuff.
That whole concept of you actually can detect brain activity hours after you're dead. Where the body is shut down. That's actually kind of scary to think about.
Brain activity does not mean awareness.
Still, we don't really know what's going on there.
I read a really gruesome. I don't know if it was a study, but a report from some institution that knows about these things, that listed all the different ways one can end oneself, and the likelihood of success, the percentage of likelihood of success, and how long you feel it before you're gone. And apparently putting a shotgun to your face, you still experience it for about 2 to 3 minutes.
Oh shit!
I heard about the case where this person was in a really bad car accident and their friend got beheaded, and they're staring face to face with their beheaded friend's head, and they were describing how their friend had this like sort of a confused look on their face before they just kind of went blank.
And that's what I've always thought, that the reports of, there was a great light along the way that I had to walk to. Well, no, that was just your brain misfiring before it shut down.
There's a little bit more to it than that.
And that is?
For instance, apparently we found DMT in a lot of people in the bodies of a lot of people who've experienced near-death experiences, even though they hadn't apparently not taken any drugs, which suggests that the body naturally floods the system with DMT when you're near death. which can cause people, and DMT is known to cause the sensation of being out of body or experiencing God and stuff like that. So that may explain why people are getting those weird hallucinations, along with the brain going haywire. You're on top of that.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm certainly not a specialist in this, so.
First.
It's really interesting to look into the actual mechanics of what's going on there.
My mom, over her life in the ER, had come home twice in her lives and told stories about a patient who was pronounced dead and came back. One of them I clearly remember, because I was in my teens. It was a person who froze to death but wasn't actually dead. That was before we understood hypothermia much as we do now. But Apostate, when is your thing? I know what your channel is. When is it? Does Oregon allow physician assisted? I thought Vermont was the only state that did that, which is my next vacation destination.
Yeah, I am very much for the death with dignity. Obviously, I think when a person is making that decision, they should have a consultation with a professional therapist just to make sure. But I do believe that's a right everyone should have.
Oh, and the whole seeing a tunnel and going through a tunnel thing, that's likely the result of oxygen deprivation.
Yep.
Okay.
I've had that just before I blacked out.
It's usually you get reports like that where somebody who's had their brain deprived of oxygen for a period of time, such as if they're drowning or something.
Yeah, well, even for me, even just a short blackout, but I know it's about to happen because I get the tunnel vision and everything right in the center looks bright. Can't see anything off to the sides.
But yeah, like I said, I mean, the actual mechanics of what's going on with those near-death experiences, this is actually pretty interesting.
And are you two actually sisters, or is that sister in the God, I hate losing words.
No, they are biological sisters.
You are biological sisters, okay. Twins?
Yep. No, they're not twins. They're a few years apart, but yeah, they grew up together in the same cult.
Well, God, this is embarrassing to say. I'm excited to see your show.
I try to get in there every week. I don't always make it. It's always fun just being in the side chat.
Do realize that if I'm in the side chat, I'm going to still say stupid things like I do here.
Oh, it's encouraged there.
Oh, okay, good. Older by 2 years. No, I'm not going to ask how old you are. That's not nice. I'm just going to assume you're 35 because that's what you looked. Well, maybe 30.
Well, yeah, she lies about her age anyway.
Oh no, she didn't seem to be that sort of person at all.
Yeah, no, she is not old enough to have a teenage child.
45? No way.
Oh, same age as I am.
No way. Well, you're very well pickled. You guys in the chat, I'm not hitting on Patty here. We're on a show together on Granny's Godless Granny's show on last Saturday, and it was my first time meeting, and I just was very impressed with how bright she is, and you know how much I like smart people. $16, $14. Wow.
Commander's back with us. Yeah, I am still not buying that she is old enough to have teenage children.
Well, if she's got a 16-year-old, she waited till she was 29. That's pretty smart to do. when I was 29, I was transitioning. So we all do something.
We all gotta go somewhere. Bump. Old guy. Went to a retirement home to visit with my uncle's friend, and then there's this old guy with a walker, and he walks up behind, and the nurse and bumps him in the ass with the walkers. We all gotta go somewhere, and he walks over to another nurse and does the same thing.
Oh, well. Oh, I saw this video that just pissed me off to no end. There were these two classic Walmart shoppers. If you understand what I mean by that, this will be a better story.
The Walmartian types.
Yeah, the people of
Yeah.
Walmart.
There you go. And there's this video of them pushing their cart, which is just loaded to the hilt with whatever they're buying. And they're in line, and it looks like there's about 4 or 5 people ahead of them in line. Couldn't really tell. And she keeps running her cart into the guy in front of her's heels. And there's no reason for it. There's tons of space. Okay. The woman doesn't wear glasses. She had a friend there with her, who was, kind of halfway between the front and the back of the cart, so she could actually see what's going on. And she just kept doing this to this guy, and this guy just being very tolerant of it. And he finally kind of explodes at them. And these two Walmart winners take offense to him telling them not to run your thing into my heels. Like they have a right to do that. And it was just,
Yeah.
they ended up being escorted out by the police.
Some
Nice.
visual representations of Walmart people.
Yeah. I always feel guilty when I think about Walmart people. Well, maybe I shouldn't. Oh, that's pretty bizarre.
Yeah, I won't make fun of, their physical traits, but yes, the way some of them dress to go out in public is another matter.
Yeah, like this. That's why I use that term, because the woman, the friend, or I believe it was a friend,
Yep.
was wearing a sweatshirt that was cut off just below her breasts. Not even like lower, like a midi or something like that, but and then she was wearing these absolutely god awful shorts that somebody shouldn't wear in public.
Well, this one looks like they blew themselves.
Oh, I thought it was that they were in the Smurf movie and just on break.
Okay, keep going.
Want me to keep finding more?
Sure.
I'm sure I can find. Oh, here's one. This is a good one. It's like, there you go.
Oh, that's lovely. I like it. I would do that. I went out dressed as a nun once, just for kicks. You get treated really different.
My aunt dressed as a pregnant nun for Halloween once. She was about 8 months pregnant with her first kid.
I did that the weekend of Halloween, so I had the costume that I rented. But for the actual Halloween, I went as a nun from Kiss, and did classic Kiss makeup on my face. It was kind of weird.
Hey, that sounds like you could start a new religion with that.
Well, that's a creative way of wearing a hat when you have a mohawk.
That's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, that one's funny.
Santa shorts. Okay. I wish I had the kind of body where I could wear one of those sexy Santa costumes. I always thought they were pretty cool.
Yeah, I'd settle for something that would just let me wear an exposed midriff without looking like a clown. How tall are penguins? It depends on the species.
Isn't the emperor penguin like absolutely huge compared to others?
The emperor penguins are about 1 meter tall. A lot of other species are only half that size.
Well, that's a pretty tall bird.
Oh.
4 foot.
Actually,
Wow.
Apostate Sister says that they can get to be 4 feet tall.
Damn.
Well, those are nothing compared to the prehistoric ones.
I'm only 4'6".
They have found the fossils of penguins in New Zealand that would have been about 7 feet tall.
Well, yeah, but those were in the days when there was a sloth that was 5,000 pounds. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well that was before whales had evolved. So basically these giant penguins were taking the place of orcas. Yeah, I would be kind of scared of a penguin that's actually bigger than I am.
Penguins are so amazing that they can survive that Antarctic. For those who are Antarctic birds, that they can survive that, it's just amazing. Oh, that's actually really neat.
I'm guessing this is what happens when you give a rainbow a blowjob.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Commander says that penguins are about 7 feet tall in their powered armor.
This is a rainbow bill on the hat thing. So I guess it's the whole thing the guy does.
If I had a beard, I would do that. I guess I'll just have to paint it on my skin.
Jenny, I have been trying so hard to kill my beard. You are welcome to it.
No, thank you. I haven't had one of those for a long time, and I don't want another ever, ever, ever.
Yeah.
My body and hair don't get along.
Oh, what I wouldn't give just to be able to not have to shave every day.
Just got to keep it up. I know the budget's tight, but you got to do whatever you can.
Well, fortunately, I do have my guard. That Petunia feels it is her duty to stand in the bathroom and guard me anytime I'm shaving.
Okay, I'm pretty sure this one's just a fetish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't have those back in Babylonia. This is definitely a fetish. How can you go out looking like that and if it's not Halloween?
Doesn't look like it's Halloween.
My God.
Oh yes, Z Frank is definitely the channel you want to get all your animal fact videos from.
You know, I because I was in the social services business and all that stuff, I understood human sexuality quite well, still do, and understood paraphilias and that kind of stuff. I had some of the clients and things. But I had never heard of two paraphilias until in the last 20 years or so. One, people who are sexually excited with amputations and go so far as to have one of their own limbs amputated. Yow.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of that.
I've heard of it, yeah.
And I had never, ever heard until maybe 10 years ago of these people who have baby fetishes like that person we just saw who want to be in diapers and crap in their diapers and all this kind of really weird stuff. And I know I'm being judgmental about it, but you do that. I don't want you to be my roommate.
Somebody put me into a Facebook group where it was an anything goes thing. Didn't last very long, which is no surprise considering you had to come across the image of somebody had cut off their penis as a sexual thing.
Oh yeah, I had a client who was trans, who was legitimate trans, but also had some very serious schizophrenia issues, and he because they never actually transitioned, to my knowledge, one of their deluded states went into an ER and into the bathroom and cut off their these nuts. And figured that was a good place to do it because they could keep them from bleeding to death.
The only problem with something like that is you can only do it once. So I hope you get something out of it.
I have to step away for a minute.
You have a Dom friend? I don't care what they specialize in. You have a Dom friend? Mm.
Oh, my late fiance was a professional dom before I met her. Although she said that most of her sessions tended to be guys who were like high-ranking managers in companies that half the time they just used her for therapy and didn't actually get around to doing anything.
See, that's something interesting about people who have power. I've run into that myself. When I had my shop, for those who don't know, we ran a shop that did nothing but take care of BMWs and customers. And that meant that we had a lot of very, very wealthy people as customers. Some of them were CEOs of major corporations in town. This is in Milwaukee. One of our customers, I loved him. He literally lived down the street from my dad. His name was Saul Burstein. He was CEO of Wisconsin Electric, just this little bitty company, you know. And this isn't about fetish, but he loved coming to the shop because we were the only place in his life, this is according to his words, that treated him like a normal person. You know, I always called him Saul Baby. And we just treat, like I said, we just treat him like anybody else. And he loved just being able to just not be this person that everybody is standoffish from and afraid of. And I'm sure you all kind of understand what that dynamic must be like. But he wasn't alone. We had quite a few other CEO types that were that way. And it was kind of refreshing to be the place where they like to come to be normal. Come to somebody who's abnormal to be normal. That's interesting. I almost asked a stupid question. I was going to say, where do these baby people buy their diapers? But I'm sure somebody has to make them out there. It's
They make adult
capitalist.
diapers.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're right. They do. Donnie wears them.
I imagine you can probably get some kind of novelty diaper too.
She owns a dungeon in town.
You don't usually get to say that.
See, that's apostate. I think that's the whole not discussed underscoring of Trump's and the alleged P pictures that he's reported to be into. Geez, you go to a porn shop? I've never been to a porn shop.
I think there's one near me someplace. Not sure if it's still there or not.
Actually, I have been to porn shops. I was just kidding.
I've never been to one.
But I didn't buy porn. I bought toys. None of your business.
Mm-hmm.
on PBS, Nova is on PBS, a repeat, and it's the episode where they're talking about building modern airports, and they're swinging this steel all over the place to put it in position to bolt it together, and it's just amazing how big these things are, and there's some guy down there underneath it, which I could just never do, and just kind of pushing it around by his hands to line things up. And it's just amazing watching these guys do this shit. And it's truss, so that means it has a top bar and a bottom bar with, you know, little diagonals between. And he's got to control both ends of it. And here it is. It's in place. Amazing. I understand that juxtaposition very, very well, Apostate. It is a kick. I used to when I transitioned, I was working as a social service administrator on a 24-hour hotline. I'm addressing Apostate directly on this. That's why I'm in first person here. And from time to time, just even though I was an administrator, I would have to take my own phone shifts. It was a 24/7 operation that was run entirely by volunteers. I was a person in charge of recruiting and training volunteers.
Well, I guess go ahead.
And I had this person with, I'm not going to go into the call and anything like that because I'm just not comfortable doing that. But it was a fairly bizarre, kinky, and tragic call all in one. And the person claimed to be a higher upper in a corporation in town, and I won't mention that either. So I just don't want to identify him. But I ran into them in real life, and they didn't know who I was, but I recognized their voice instantly, and everything about that person, meeting them in this social situation, fit the description that they offered on the phone. And it was so freaky to look at this person who's in this 3-piece silk suit, and 3-piece suits were popular back then, and how people were treating them, with all this honor and respect, and I'm just going, if you guys knew what this guy did on Saturdays, and of course I would never say something like that, but it was just very weird to be in that situation.
Yeah. Well, I guess kissing her again was worth a shot. I mean, the first time calls have her clothes to vanish.
She's kinky.
Oh, by the way, this anime is called They Alive.
They alive?
They Alive.
So if you kiss her, you can fly?
I think they're in some kind of ethereal realm right now.
Yeah,
And
but
why is heterochromacy such a thing in anime? The two different eye colors.
Yeah, it does come up from time to time. It's interesting in art style.
I actually think it's one of the most beautiful things that people can have as a trait. I just love what two eyes of different colors look like. It's so cool.
It's probably the reason why they do it so often.
Well, maybe. David Bowie.
well, I'm sure it also helps make the characters, more distinct.
Maybe I'll ask.
You can
Maybe
tell
I'll. Maybe I'll ask my possible guest this for Sunday.
Oh, your anime master?
Well, they use a VTuber thing with the 2-color eyes.
Oh, okay. Oh, let's see. Where am I?
I've seen it a lot too. That a lot of people who use anime style avatars seem to like doing it too.
Apostate, I had all sorts of very interesting customers. We had let's see, what was the number again? We had 10 of the 13 engineers who were in product research and development at Harley Davidson as customers. They all drove BMWs, even though they were Harley designers. They all drove BMW motorcycles. That was always a fun, weird thing.
Well, of course, they designed those things. They knew how dangerous they were.
Well, yeah. One of my friends, I got real close to one of the guys, Matt Weglars. He was a young guy, mechanical engineer, just a brilliant mathematician kind of guy. He could do Fourier transforms in his head. He told me when he first started there, one of his first assignments was to redesign this particular cover for the engine. They wanted to update it, it looks more modern and things. And he redesigned it, and he redesigned it with 8 bolts that held it in place. And he was called in to the office and yelled at for like a half an hour. He said, because Harley uses an odd number of bolts, always. He says, you can go 7, you can do 9, but you cannot do 8. Really?
Okay, they consider that like a trademark thing.
I guess so. It was pretty strange. And in his stress analysis, before he actually had a part produced, the stress analysis showed that if you did an odd number of bolts, it was going to leak. And when it was done, sure enough, it leaked. But leaking is one of the things that Harley is known for.
That explains it, though.
Yes. Oh boy, what a kick!
Not all traditions are good ones.
Mm-mm.
Well,
But they're
that's
cool.
what you
They're
get
cool
when
bikes.
you're putting aesthetics ahead of engineering.
Let's see. I'm trying to catch up in chat here.
So curious. How many people would actually notice if the thing has an odd number of bolts?
Bye-bye.
Oh, okay. Bye bye.
I
I'll
can
try to get
understand
there
Harley
Friday.
people would.
I put you in my calendar with an alarm, so I hope to be there.
Hey, Mo.
We haven't said anything significant for an hour or so. Don't worry about it. Now that you're here, we'll start with the actual topic.
Oh, yeah, we were supposed to have a topic.
Well, we panicked and lost our place.
Okay, I'll go with that.
Oh, we were talking before about Vermont versus Oregon. We never heard, is Oregon a right to die state? They said it was right to die, but physician assisted. I wondered.
Oh.
Vermont. I was doing some reading on Vermont, and Vermont is a right to physician assisted suicide. The basic requirement is that you have to be sick enough to be allowed into the program. That you're not just being willy-nilly, I want to die tomorrow.
Okay.
But they leave it open to non-state residents, that anybody can come to Vermont and get the magic cocktail.
Okay, I just Googled it for you. And it says, yes, that Oregon has had a Death with Dignity Act in effect since 1997.
Oh, but does that give physician-assisted clearance?
Yeah, it says it was the first law of its kind in the U.S. Yep, and it allows for a physician to prescribe life-ending medications.
Okay, cool. Every state should be that way. I don't know why the state thinks that they can even control your death.
You're not allowed to die. You have to work.
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
We haven't
yeah.
profited enough from you.
Yeah, when you're dead, they can't charge you taxes anymore, so...
Ooh, I might have. This is going on my list of animes to catch.
What's this one?
Lord of the Mysteries.
Hmm.
I don't know anything about it. I just came across this little trailer for it, and it looks good.
Yeah, it's got more of that incredible detail that I love to see.
Okay.
Huh. Like I said, I don't know anything about this other than what we're looking at now. This is the first thing I've heard of it, so but it looks good.
They're big on having people bleed from their eyes, aren't they?
Well, I think when you squeeze a body, that's where it'll come out first. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
I don't know anatomy well enough to understand why that would be.
I don't either. Like I said, I'm just guessing. Actually, it'd probably come out your nose first because the nasal membranes are pretty thin.
June 17th. Let's see. That yesterday was the 17th, right? No. Yes. No.
Yes.
40, 50, yeah. Mars and Regulus are close to each other. If you want to take pictures. And if you wait till the 29th, Mars and the Moon are going to be in conjunction. Ooh, pretty pictures. And Regulus should be close enough to get in the picture too.
What does that mean for our astronomy signs?
I have no clue.
Neither do I.
I
Well,
tend to hang with science, not fantasy.
Yeah, but I figured out why the astronomy has been off for all these years.
Why?
Because they always counted Pluto as a planet. Pluto's not a planet.
Yes, it is.
Come on, you're spoiling the joke.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Why would they name it a planet? That's dumb.
Yeah, well, just that they were counting our system as having 9 planets, and there's only 8. So it's no wonder all the astrology signs are always off.
Is Pluto part of the astronomy? How could that be part of the astrology? They didn't know about it.
Yeah, but it's all about the alignment of the planets and, that sort of thing. So,
For that matter, how did they know about Uranus and Neptune? Sorry.
Well, if we're going to be counting dwarf planet, it's in the whole astrology thing. I think there are at least 5 officially recognized ones.
I'm sorry, officially recognized what?
Dwarf planets.
Mm.
So if we're going to count those, we actually have to add by 4.
I heard they found another dwarf out there near the Kuiper Belt. That they said it takes like 100 million years to rotate the sun, to orbit the sun, something like that.
Well, I know they did find another one outside the orbit of Pluto that they named Rupert.
Rupert?
Yes. I don't know why they named it Rupert, but yeah.
Rupert Murdoch posted the funding for the research? I don't know.
No, I think this was before he was in the news. I think it was one that the first pictures of it actually were from the 70s, but it wasn't until somebody was re-examining the pictures that they identified it as being a dwarf planet.
Let's see here. Pluto was discovered in February 18th, 1930.
29 and 30, Clyde Tombaugh did the research. It was the first book I read on astronomy when I was a kid.
Yep.
The Search for Planet X.
Well, yeah,
according to
because
this,
Einstein in his general relativity said that there had to be a mass out there. So it was predicted that there had to be, something else massive orbiting the sun out there to keep all of the other planets in alignment.
But we still don't know why they named it Rupert.
No, I mean Pluto.
I don't know why they named it Pluto.
See here, Galileo first observed Saturn in 1610.
Mm-hmm. And Saturn you can see with your naked eye. So, but most people could never pick out Uranus or Neptune with naked eye because they're just so tiny.
Yeah, they're so small and so far off. Saturn at least was big enough that people could see it in the sky.
I wonder.
September 1846. September 23rd, 1846 was when Neptune was officially discovered.
18 what?
46.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, they were into lenses pretty well by then. That makes sense.
Well, yeah, World War II had a lot to do with that.
No. Mage said 1846.
Oh, sorry. If I said 19, yeah.
I wonder if they named that thing Rupert relative to the concept of Prince Rupert's glass, and glass because it was so hard to see because it was clear or something, or maybe that because it's so super strong, or something like that, like Prince Rupert's glass.
See, and Uranus was on March 13th, 1781 by William Herschel.
Well, Herschel was pretty well known. He was a very advanced astronomer. That makes sense too. Who discovered Neptune?
Let's see here. Skipping in Neptune 8th orbit. The discovery was made based on mathematical calculations. Going a little furthermore here. Discovery was Urban Ley, who calculated the predicted position of Neptune. John Coach Adams, who independently calculated Johann Gottfried Gauli, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, first to identify Neptune as the eighth planet.
Spell the name.
Johhann, and then next one Gottfried, and then Galle.
Johann Gottfried.
Johann Gottfried. Okay.
What was the last one?
Galle.
I'm not sure how to pronounce that.
Yeah. Anyway.
Does anybody know Prince Rupert's glass? I realized that was probably talking about something.
No,
not
I didn't get the
knew.
reference.
If you take some glass and you melt it, and you let it drip into cold water, super cold water, not even super cold, but nice ice water or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
it will harden into a teardrop shape, a classic teardrop shape that we all think about.
Right.
And you can take that piece of glass once it is cooled, and stuff, which doesn't really take very long. It depends on the size. And you can whack it with a hammer, and it's not going to break. It's just, there's something about glass and its structure and all this physics stuff that this shape turns into this incredibly resilient shape of a fairly fragile material. And people experiment and play around with them all the time.
Well, if you're dropping it into cold water, excuse me, that sounds like a case of case hardening.
Well, I've never heard
Which is
the
also
physics
why
about
when
it.
they're forging a steel blade, that they quench it in water real fast. Because by cooling the outside much faster than it cools the core, it keeps a harder edge.
I thought they quenched in oil.
Well, yeah, you're right. That's usually they use oil when they're making a blade. because the water would just evaporate so quickly.
I love watching these knife makers on YouTube. I've always wanted to make a knife, and then, I've never had the tooling to do such a thing.
Yeah, I
Look
like.
at the Trees has some videos of making his own knives.
Who does?
Look at the Trees.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's just got some, short, like 5-minute videos of knives he made.
Oh, cool.
Let's see if I can find it.
I've always wanted to be able to manufacture Damascus steel.
Mm-hmm.
That's that stuff with the squiggly pattern in it, because it's layers and layers and layers. It's like a steel croissant.
Another good channel. Another good channel for making blades and medieval weaponry is Todd's Workshop.
What sort of blades does that person do?
He makes all sorts of medieval weaponry.
Oh, okay.
I thought Damascus steel was a derogatory term that the guys on Forged in Fire used, the guys who won. That they didn't really make quality blades. It was just Damascus.
I have not heard that one.
Of course not. I just made it up. That
Well,
was just off the cuff now.
It was very well done.
Sometimes I can get them together in time. Usually I need more time, though, and the thread is usually moved on by the time I finish the joke.
That's a part of me that I know is never going to leave. I used to actually question my validity as a trans woman, because I am totally addicted to mechanical things and creating things and building shit and that. And when I was young in this whole biz, I thought that would disqualify me as being trans in terms of definition. And it was something I tried to hide from my shrink for a while. For quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out I was right, because she finally made the point that she thought me having a car shop was antithetical to being trans, and I didn't understand then, but I realize now that that's just part of her bias of gender roles and stuff.
Well, yeah,
there's lots of cis women who are into mechanical things and building shit, and all that stuff is not that weird.
I didn't have that problem growing up because, my mom didn't really pay much attention to those kind of gender roles. She fought for my sister to be the first girl in the history of our school district to take auto shop, and I learned to sew along with my sisters. So I didn't have that problem with, as far as like specific skill sets necessarily being gendered.
I had definitely had exposure to non-stereotypic behaviors out of women as I was growing up. My mom, she was a nurse, which in those days was definitely stereotypic. But she was head nurse and tough as nails. And for her hobbies, I mean, she liked golf, which is certainly open to women, but in those days it was much less likely that a woman would golf. But she also learned to do a certain amount of woodworking and furniture refinishing, and could combine her actual refinishing of the wood of furniture with the upholstery and all these kinds of things. So she was definitely into building things, but just not out of steel and things like I am. But still, when I had my shop, I believe that I was the only female mechanic in Milwaukee. For at least 10, 15 years of being there and doing that. And then I heard of somebody else who ran a body shop, that kind of stuff. And as time went on, I got to know, probably know a dozen or so women who have shops or work at shops. Now, several of them make videos on TikTok and YouTube.
Just in, New York City mayoral candidate Brad Lander released after immigration and court arrest.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I was watching that clip last night. I hope he sues. He's high enough profile that he might be able to actually make a point by suing him.
New York City comptroller and mayoral candidate Brad Lander was detained for several hours after being arrested at an immigration court on Tuesday. The latest is political opposed to U.S. President Donald Trump's immigration and raids to get caught up with law enforcement. Lander, who is among 11 Democratic candidates seeking to replace his current mayoral Eric Adams was released after New York Democrat and Governor Kathy Hochul went into the courthouse. She left the building with Lander and said charges had been dropped against him.
He's significant in the situation. Not only he's running for mayor, but one of the things he's been doing to help with this immigrant situation has been taking immigrants who are trying to do it right and get the paperwork right and keep it all legal, and assisting those people in that process, even going so far as to following them into the courthouse for various things, because the Kristi Noem idiots are arresting people in and during their court hearings for citizenship. It's like, you guys, you're arresting people you say you would, and they're not criminals. These are the good folks, and all this shit.
Yeah, well, and that's on the clips I was seeing, that as they were handcuffing him, he was saying that you do not have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens.
Right.
The rule of law is not fine, and our constitutional democracy is not fine, Lander said outside the court, adding that families were being separated and immigrants denied due process in Trump's immigration crackdown.
Yep.
There was a case I just heard about yesterday of an immigrant woman who had a baby in the hospital, and the agents came in and took the baby out of her arms after birth.
Oh.
And
go ahead.
And took it away. I don't know why they didn't take her away. Probably because she still needed to be in the hospital. And I imagine they'll come and get her too. But okay, how can you do that sort of thing?
Yeah.
I mean, job or not, what's your morality that you would do that?
And okay, let's say even if you're in favor of these immigration crackdowns, how can you be in favor of denying due process?
No, exactly. It's what makes America America.
Because they've replaced everyone who had ethics with Trump loyalists.
Yeah. We haven't had a show since the Minneapolis incident, have we? Of our legislators being murdered?
It had been brand new during their last show, so we mentioned it briefly, but had very little information on it.
Oh, okay.
That was mentioned on Godless Granny's show this past weekend.
The suspect was still at large, but they have apprehended him. He is in custody now.
Yeah, and of course the right wing is insisting that he's a leftist and a trans person and all these other things.
Yeah,
that's all bullshit.
Yeah, well,
yeah. Of course, they're claiming it was a leftist who killed 2 Democratic lawmakers.
As an extension of that kind of discussion, Donald Trump Jr. Inferred that the person was trans and stated quite boldly that the trans community is the most lethal and dangerous group of people in the country. and they need to be dealt with.
Yeah.
So I guess they, decided to put a target on our backs now.
Yeah, basically declaring open season on us.
Mm-hmm. These people are pure Nazi, and
Yeah,
all these idiots who have no awareness of Nuremberg, who are saying, "Oh well, I'm just following orders." No, sorry, dude, that don't cut it.
Yeah, what happened to the Republicans being the party of, smaller government and not interfering with individual rights?
They never were the party of that. They never
I
were.
know, but all their voters still believe that. They're the party of small government like cats are the party of obedience.
I used to think it was just horrible and immoral for a politician to lie like they do. But then I realized that it's such an open opportunity for them because their constituency is so fucking uneducated that they can fool them over and over and over and over again.
Okay, Jenny, just on a previous topic there, Jinzu dropped a channel about a knife maker that you might want to check out.
Mm-hmm.
In the
Yeah,
YouTube chat.
I caught that.
Okay.
And now that we're on the new StreamYards, I'm able actually to just copy and paste that.
Oh, okay, you can do that now.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I was pointing it out because I know that before you'd had a problem with being able to get stuff out of the YouTube chat.
Yep, it was impossible. I just couldn't, unless I was willing to type every little character back in.
Yeah, and sometimes you have to guess on which character. Like, is that an O or a 0?
Oh, something else just happened with StreamYards here I hadn't seen. See if I can make it happen again.
Wait.
Oh. Well, how about that? I don't know if I can actually do this, but let's try and find out. I happened to mistakenly brush my finger across one of the Apostate Sisters' comments, and this new box I've never seen before comes up, and it says, ban user and delete, put user in timeout, star comment, and show on stage. So I'm going to try and show on stage.
Oh.
Does it did it work? No.
Check if you've got the thing below the main box that it shows all of us, then it'll probably show a box, for present. No, actually, that's just for pictures, not for comments. So, yeah, no, we didn't see it.
I can star the comment. We'll see if that works. I don't think it does. No. Do you have a way to give privileges in your end of it?
Yeah, can you type something in the YouTube chat?
I believe you were looking at the admin stuff for StreamYard.
Let's see, YouTube.
Well, I just want to make sure that Jenny's at least got the moderator, since she's usually in here and hadn't been typing in the YouTube
I'm
chat.
a moderator in YouTube, yes.
Okay, you are.
I have my little wrench, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Let's see, I just don't have it up right now. Let's see, we can get that back.
Well, that's okay then. Yeah. Yeah, I think on the level I've got with StreamYard, though, I think it only allows me to have one other, one admin beside myself. I will check on that after we go offline. Yeah, okay, Jenny's got a wrench in the side chat.
Okay, I'm going to go to my own and see if I can do myself. Start comments, show on stage.
I figure you do yourself for at least once a day.
No, I'm not going to try and put the user in timeout or ban the user, and so I don't want to wreck anything, especially myself.
Okay.
But why would it be giving control to YouTube over StreamYards? Why would they control YouTube from StreamYards?
It's whenever this whole system pairs itself.
Yeah, I have to keep switching between the YouTube chat and the StreamYard chat for doing different functions.
Okay. I think I get it.
Yeah, we can play with it when we're offline and see how we've got you set up.
Yeah,
I don't want to play with it while the stream's live because I'm likely to fumble and press the wrong thing.
Yeah, if I could get privileges that let me do what Mage does, and I don't have to bother you guys to bring up any pictures or something like that. Or I could go live and show you my crotch and things. No, you don't want that.
Well, only because YouTube would shut off our stream for that.
Oh yeah, like they know what they're looking at.
That's true, as long as you don't show a nipple.
Yeah, that's right.
It's for medical purposes, educational medical purposes. There you go.
Oh, a bunch of trans women had a protest. I think it was in the UK because UK just passed that recent ridiculous thing that defines a man and a woman by XX and XY, by their birth certificate, basically.
Yeah.
That okay, fine. Then if you're defining us as men, we're all going to protest topless. And like 20, 30 trans women were all topless in some front of or in some official building of some sort.
Cool.
And of course, YouTube or TikTok, whichever it was, had everything blurred out. But yeah, I think that's one of the most valid statements about how insane these laws are. Is if you're going to do this, how can you then arrest this person who you say is a man if they're topless?
Yep. I did see a thing that said a YouTube or a UK higher court judge had ruled that the previous ruling was in violation of their human rights constitution.
Yeah. But then on the other end of courts, the Supreme Court upheld Tennessee's ban on gender affirming care for young people.
Yeah.
Which is just insane. It is so totally bigoted, so totally religiously oriented, so totally ignorance based. It's just, and not even our Supreme Court has a brain.
Well, and if we're going to ban genital surgery on minors, then they have to stop circumcising babies.
No. This isn't about gender surgery. No children get gender surgery. This is about getting a haircut. A boy wearing a dress. Anybody having counseling. It's like Florida will come into your home if you have a trans kid and arrest the parents for child abuse.
Yeah.
This is not just bad. This is insane.
Yeah, I've heard about some of those being passed in a couple of states.
There it is.
It's all censored out, so we don't have to worry about it for YouTube's sake.
Yes, in Scotland.
Yeah, Scotland has a strange relationship with the rest of the UK.
I would like. I have no idea what happened as a result of this. If people were arrested or what. Could you put it back and pause it where that sign on the ground says what the protest says?
Oh, I'm gonna have to wait until the whole thing comes back.
Mm-hmm.
That's one problem with Instagram. You can't fucking rewind.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was
yeah.
just like the last second shot. There was a square chalkboard thing on the ground with colored lettering.
I could download the video and rewind and all that.
Well, I don't feel the need for that if I just want to read the sign.
I like the idea of carrying chalk with, and like anytime you're just out and about, just writing messages in random places on the sidewalk.
Well, you can't do that in Wisconsin. It's illegal to draw on the sidewalk with chalk. The Republicans banned that during some demonstrations against Scott Walker and against a law where the Republicans took away all bargaining rights from union members.
And see, there are two of
Crap.
these.
I'll be right back. Lawnmowers are here. I got shut window.
They have two of these signs. They ignore our voices. If you used our submissions, do not consider the impact on trans lives. It's one of them that says. Let's see what's the other one say. This is an act of grief, resistance, and solitude. We urge the Scottish government to appeal to the European Court of Human Rights. That's what the other one says.
Yeah, but they're not a member of Euro, whatever, the European Union. What you looking at?
Know. Oh, just double checking something. What else do we have here?
It's supposed to hit the 90s here for the next few days, several days, maybe through the weekend. Oh, goody.
I wonder if this one has a third season yet or not.
Third season? Oh, an anime series?
Yeah.
What are we going to be watching tomorrow night?
Let's see. Well, we couldn't get to the Fullmetal Alchemist movie and finish off the OVAs. Then we can get on to Being There.
Okay, sounds good to me.
I'm just wondering if U.S. Democracy will get renewed for another season.
I don't know. It's looking pretty shaky.
It's mostly gone now.
Well, I mean, they did leave it on a cliffhanger that, it just seemed to be this impending doom thing, but there was a possibility that the midterm election could turn things around. So It'd
Well,
really
yeah.
be nice to see how they resolve that.
They'll resolve it by Trump canceling the election.
Well, that's what I mean about democracy being canceled before they get to that.
No, it's I don't know. I'm being a little pompous to say it this way, but I'm absolutely sure that Trump is going to cancel the election because he knows that he knows what happened on Saturday. He knows that he's going to fucking lose the House and the Senate.
Yeah.
In the midterms, especially when you got dicks like Mike Lee. Oh God.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like there is a season 3 confirmed for this anime I was looking at. It's a Martial Might, Magic and Muscles. It hasn't released yet.
Oh, that preview we were seeing?
No, that was another one.
Oh, okay. And I'd like to extend it to all you guys in chat to join us on Thursday nights at 11 o'clock Central Time to watch a couple of hours of either movies or, in this case, anime movies and series of various sorts that Mage puts together and shows us.
Well, and now would be an excellent time to join in since we just finished one series and we'll be starting another series next week.
Yeah.
Yep.
And really, Mage is an excellent. What do they call that? I keep losing the word. Curator.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll go with that. So there was Other Side Picnic. I believe when we were talking about, maybe it was Sleepy Princess and Demon Castle. That was a comedy.
Yep. I was voting for Princess in the Castle, but the Other Side Picnic sounds good too.
I'll just watch whatever you guys decide because I'm just a submissive little girl and I'll do anything you said tell me to do. Hey, I may have found a inexpensive way to deal with my Wi-Fi issue.
Oh?
Years ago, I had bought one of these, but it didn't operate the way they do today. It was a pay-as-you-go system instead of a monthly subscription.
Mm-hmm.
And the cost for the data volume was very expensive, so I dropped it. But nowadays they have the same thing. You can buy your own little portable hotspot.
Those things.
Yeah, that gets onto the cell network, and then you Wi-Fi your connection to that. So that means I could get on with my my iPad and still be on another line with my phone. And well, actually, you can connect up to 10 devices to it, and actually have real live Wi-Fi and better speed than I have now.
Okay, but if it's on a pay-as-you-go system, are they going to be charging you
No,
for minutes or anything?
it's not. It used to be. The one I had years and years ago was that way. This one is $12 a month, $13 a month. You have to buy the device, which is $50, and you have to pay the 6 months worth of subscription up front. And then you're billed every 6 months for another 6 months, and that's like $70 or something like that. But fucking getting Wi-Fi from the cable schnooks would be $50 a month. So it sounds like it'll pay for itself after the first 6 months.
Okay, yeah, if that's going to work for you, we'll see if we can help you pay for part of it at least.
Nah, don't worry about that. I'm still investigating whether or not speeds and things are going to be worth the effort and expense.
Mm-hmm.
I think what might ultimately have to do is to buy it, try it for 6 months, and then decide whether to continue or to throw the device in the garbage.
Yeah.
But it's offered by a lot of different places now. Verizon sells a device, AT&T sells a device, independent companies sell the device. The supposedly highest rated device is some company called Royco or something like that. That's not a major company like AT&T and stuff, but they're rated as being the best.
Well, pretty much all the smaller companies are just, renting bandwidth from the larger companies and using the same network anyway.
I don't understand why they're not doing this sort of thing off of 5G instead of 4G. Doesn't 5G connect to the net?
Yeah, it may be because you're in a more rural area that it may be not all the equipment out there has been upgraded to 5G.
No, the manufacturer of the device set it at 4G. Or built it for 4G, not 5G.
Or maybe the reason it's only $50 is because they're still trying to sell off old stock.
Well, just connect to your COVID vaccine. That should work.
Oh, I wasn't thinking. I should have just plugged myself into my ass.
Yeah.
Well, Jenny, you wouldn't have gotten kicked out of the public library if you weren't masturbating during the streams.
Yeah, but there was that one librarian who really dug it, so I thought it was okay. There is still. I follow this one doctor on Twitter who is a infectious disease physician, and of course, he's into vaccines, and the COVID vaccine is still an issue with the. I can't let anything go because I'm just a stupid maggot. And they still swear that people are magnetized because of the COVID vaccine.
Yeah.
And they got some guy who has a doctor in front of his name, who knows what kind of doctor or if it's real. And he supposedly wrote this paper on proof that people are magnetized. Okay, and nobody on Earth has heard about this except for you and your followers?
Well, I was meaning to do a demonstration on that because I got a key that would stick to my forehead or my shoulder, but then I could put a magnet against it and the magnet would not pick up the key because it was brass.
Yep. That's one of the things I asked the first time I see it is what kind of metal is that?
I can stick a quarter to my forehead and make it stay there.
I can hang a spoon on my nose, which kids love, by the way.
Yeah.
To see an adult do something so silly. Remember that out there if you're parents and you got a kid who's below 10. You can get him to squeal with delight by hanging a spoon on your nose. Well,
I can never get the spoon to hang on my nose. I can get a quarter to stick to my forehead.
Well, I don't know the secret to it. I can't always do it, but I'd say 90% of the time I can. I think it has to do with how much nose breathes and what humidity and all different things.
I found that it has a lot to do with how much I'm sweating. That if it's a nice cool day, I can't do it, but if it's a day that I'm sweating a bit, then it'll stick.
Yeah, I have to admit I tried it during COVID. I took off my shirt and I tried to stick a spoon to the various parts of my body, and yeah, it would work, but because of the moisture content and stickiness of your skin.
Okay, see, Commander, if that was true, it wouldn't stick to me. I'm not a Triceratops. I'm a Torosaurus.
Picky, picky, picky.
Hey, if you don't want somebody calling you a trans man, you call me a Torosaurus. No,
They-
it's not that bad, but
They can call me a trans man if they want, and have all those people laugh at them.
although it is much easier to get the key to stay if I just, put the keychain over one of my horns. Then it doesn't fall off.
And you don't lose them.
Oh, I can
Now
get a
those
plastic bottle cap to stick to my forehead.
now those horns are just basic keratin, like most horns on Earth, right? Which means you could like drill and tap your horns and put like various hooks and stuff. Carry coffee cups and all kinds of stuff, hey?
Well, they actually are bone, but yeah, I mean, the same way you can do cartilage piercings.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But can you thread cartilage? That's what I want to know.
I don't think the threads would stay in cartilage.
Hmm.
Mostly because I think it would grow over them too quick.
Well, that's why they use titanium in like my artificial hips, is because the bone will actually grow into a few molecules worth of titanium.
Did not know that.
Yup. Pretty cool, hey?
Well, that's why I can't get the dentures, because they require me to get implants of titanium post. It's the only way mine would stay in.
Well, that's the new thing that they do now. It's just a better replacement system than dentures. They're more stable.
Yeah.
They don't have gum problems, all that kind of stuff. In fact, there's another new process that I've seen, because I'm looking at dentures myself, where they cast a whole arch all at once, but it's not the rigid material like you'd get with actual dentures or with implants. It's like a silicone based pink part.
Oh, I hadn't heard about that.
And they're semi-universal, and they work because the silicone acts as a cup and it suctions itself down to your gums, and
Yeah.
of course the advertising shows people eating corn and all that kind of stuff, so it's hard to assess the truth of it.
Yeah, well, the oral surgeon literally told me that the reason mine won't stay in is I don't have enough bone left in my lower jaw, so there isn't a high enough ridge to hold them.
You mean the titanium stud?
No, the regular dentures.
Oh.
That's why they wanted to put the titanium studs in, so then I could snap them onto the studs.
Well, there's lots of different options for that. Their costs have come way down on implants and stuff nowadays.
Well, I had the oral surgeon look at it a couple of years ago when they were telling me it was going to be $20,000. Then the insurance said, nope, we're not going to pay any of it.
Yeah, see, there's places that are doing full mouth with implant. The teeth aren't implanted; the studs are, and the dentures clip onto the studs.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And they're down
Yeah,
under.
that's what I need to get.
They're down under 10,000.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. And some places claim even less.
Well, that's also a question of the number of studs, I'm sure.
I'm still looking at about $20,000 worth of dental work I need to have done.
Yeah. Well, mine, the actual quote was $18,000 to have 4 studs put in instead of dentures made to fit them.
In fact, there's places
that
that are
also
even
was
now.
like 4 years ago, so I'm sure it's gone up since then.
No, it's coming down.
Yep.
It's coming down in price. That's what happens with a product as it becomes more popular and made different ways. Is it comes down. That's why your computer is so cheap.
Yeah, as the demand builds up and more companies start to do it.
Yeah, there's one company's ads I keep seeing online. I think it's Nuvia, Nuvia. I haven't checked into it, but I think that's the name that they use. That say that they can have you in dentures 24 hours after your oral surgery. That's required if you have any teeth left that have to get yanked or something like that. Whereas usually dentures, you have to wait for weeks for them to be manufactured.
Yeah, well, they're probably doing, something like digital scanning and 3D printing them then.
Don't know. But yeah, that would kind of make sense. See, chat, you get to hear all these old people talking about what they need to do to, have
Get off my lawn!
I don't have a lawn to yell them to get off of.
I don't remember Father Guido Sarducci on Saturday Night Live. Oh, man. He had a line where he's up there pretending he's Pope-like and, waving people, with the limp wrist kind of wave that the popes have been seen to do. And it's at the St. Peter's Basilica, and there's all this, crowd of people as there will be. But the line is, "Hey, all of you wops, get off of my lawn." And of course, wop is a derogatory term that was applied to Italian people in America. That was used in America.
Yep.
And do you know what it comes from? WOP?
Yeah, it's an acronym for without papers.
That's right.
Undocumented immigrants.
Uh-huh. But how about that? They still let them in, and they're productive members of society. And wow, it's almost like humans just like to be busy and not a burden. Huh.
Well, they're the right skin color, though.
Oh, well, that's true. That's true. I forgot to mention that.
It's almost like the people who are here without papers are trying to keep the government from noticing them.
Huh. Well, I just want to know that if they get rid of this birth citizenship birthright, how far back are they going to go? Because if it's just one generation, well, then Melania and Barron have to leave, and well, Ed, what's his name, the ugly one, and his mom have to leave, and Donnie and who is it, Marla, whoever his mother is. There's so many, I can't keep track.
Okay.
Oh, and Tiffany.
I am still convinced that Don Jr. is the only one who is Donald's actual son. I'm sure the rest of them were his wife's cheating on him. Because otherwise, where did they get their brains from?
I haven't seen any of Trump's having brains. Well, if Ivanka is kind of smart.
Oh yeah, Ivanka knows how to manipulate people. There's no question about that.
Yeah, she's still a con artist and a thief, but she's at least smarter and can communicate well. And this other one, Tiffany, who we never see or hear from, because apparently Donnie doesn't like her for some reason. She probably wouldn't let him molest her when she was a kid.
Yeah, she probably thought it was creepy for her daddy to be looking at her that way.
I mean, my dad was not a champ. He had a lot of defects, but God, he was so much better than Trump.
That's kind of a low bar, ain't it?
Yeah, it is, I guess. Hey, Perp, that's an idea. I just off the chat, maybe you could have dentures attached to your horns. I don't know if you could still chew that way, or how you would swallow after. Do you swallow?
That still doesn't give me a solution to the lower ones.
Perp, do you swallow?
Yes.
Oh, you must be popular.
I was in my younger days. It's been a while.
I freaked out my brother, my older brother Gary. We were having extremely rare heart-to-heart kind of talk last weekend. And for the first time, I shared with him some of the realities of my life, my loneliness and suicidal nature and things, which he has never known about because I've said before, because none of my brothers have asked a single question about my existence in 50 years. You're just this lump who's there that we have a name for. And I wasn't talking, but he was talking. My brother is one of those guys who mansplains everything, and so he was mansplaining me what my failure is to not have a partner. Oh, you Gary, the one with how many is it now? 2 marriages, and how long were you in jail for abuse? Anyways, he was explaining to me something about and he was assuming that I was only interested in women. Oh well, you got to do this and this with women. And I finally just said, Gary, maybe I should mention that I am a woman, and and if I met the right guy, I'd fuck him. Did that ever freak him out? He just well, Gary, that's what women do. They fuck men. What did you think was going to happen?
No, most of them.
Well, yeah, but
Well, I found my sister figured it was much more efficient to just make a lot of assumptions about Slothgirl and I and never ask me any questions.
Yeah, that's what mine are like too. Yeah, no, not one of my relatives, not there. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. My nephew Justin has asked a lot of questions over the years. He's 45 now, and he's asked me. He certainly doesn't know everything, but he's asked me a few relevant questions that were in a very caring and curious nature. And his wife has asked me a couple, but neither of my brother Gary's wives have asked, and my grandnieces haven't asked me a single thing. I think their dad has prohibited them from talking to me.
I was going to say, to be fair, this has been one of my survival strategies with my family, that by my mid-20s, I had made a policy of giving them a direct and honest answer to anything they asked me. So as a result, all of them have been afraid to ask me anything for the last 30 years.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that something, how people are afraid of hearing words? No, I'm not going to call it a wee-wee. It's a penis. It's not a bearded clam. It's a vagina.
I think it was pretty much once I came out as being bisexual that was the last anybody was going to ask me any questions.
That's pretty shocking. And wouldn't being bisexual be okay because you're still, half of you is still what they think is proper, and no, people are so weird.
Well, yeah, the funniest part of it was that while I was still publicly presenting male, I was engaged to a woman. Now, nobody got that she was a lesbian and only attracted to me because she saw so many female mannerisms in me. But to everyone else, we looked like a normal straight couple.
Yeah, I wish I knew how to do that.
Oh, I'm done with that, though.
Yeah, well, if you spent 50 years of your life not ever having a relationship, you'd still want one.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean I'm done with relationships. I just meant I'm done with acting like a male.
Oh. Oh, see, that was just an assumed on my part. I'm sorry.
But part of that was, just professionally, since I was doing all the home repairs and everything, that, people just assume that you got to be a guy to do that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was that portion of your reality that was still had remnants of guy stuff that made you cut off your fingers. That's guys do that stuff. Women don't. I'm sorry. I'm not making a joke about you. I'm making a joke about guys.
I cut off my fingers because I heard that there was an opening for a woodshop teacher at the local high school, so I wanted to show I was qualified.
Oh. Oh, man.
Has anyone ever had a shop teacher who had all his fingers?
Yes, all of mine did. You must have gone to cheap schools. I had a gym coach who was an abuser. He used to say all kinds of different weird things and seemed to touch the other guys in gym class a lot, and he would take particular delight in spanking you with this special thing that he had, and he would whack your ass when he thought you were bad.
Yeah, in high school, I had a gym coach who liked to watch us in the changing room, and one time during a swim class, made us all go to the pool without any swim trunks, which he claimed was because we couldn't get them in the hamper at the end of the class. But
Well, that Mr. Schaff was his name. He told me at one point, we had the same gym teacher for 3 years in high school, and he had at one point he says, "You really don't belong here, do you?" So he was picking up on something, but he never let on to what. He just said that, and I don't know why. And I just responded. I just kind of shrugged my shoulders and walked away. I had no idea what he was referring to specifically.
I've always felt my family picked up on something when I was younger, because my sisters were fine with teaching me to sew. No one ever bothered to teach me anything about cars.
Is it in shall we have somebody a Maverick? Are they being
We don't anymore.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if they were being sarcastic or what.
Nope. That was like their third right-wing comment. So
Oh, it was. Let's see.
yeah.
Oh, I want to look back. I love reading these idiots.
I think it deleted all their messages when I kicked them from the chat.
Well,
although you could probably still see them if you go back in the StreamYard chat rather than the YouTube.
I'm in the StreamYard chat.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm only seeing the one about the CAS report and the COVID.
Yeah, there was one quite a bit further back, but same kind of stuff. But yeah, with the CAS report and with them spouting anti-vaxxer stuff, it's like, no, you can go now. Oh.
Yeah, no, I only see those two.
Well, we're just hitting the 3-hour mark, so how about if we wrap it up here for today?
Let's go 5 hours.
Well, okay, we'll compromise at 4. We'll go for another hour, which is probably just about enough time for us to try and do our wrap-up.
Let's see here. Well, so if you block this guy, then I'm going to try my buttons and see if they work on this.
Ow.
Ban and delete. Ban and delete. Did it work? Nope. Okay, see, that's there must be some way to give me privileges to do that. Why else would I have those screens available?
Like I said, when we're offline, I'll look at it more, but
It's like if I hit join the chat at the bottom of comments, I can't join the chat. It just the button does nothing.
oh, okay.
And if I go to YouTube, do we see that view deleted message? Okay, view deleted message.
Yeah, well, anyone who's a moderator should be able to view the deleted messages.
Mm-hmm. Gee, that person wasn't a moderator, were they?
Oh, heck no. First time I ever saw him.
Oh no, Apostate Sisters, it doesn't have a wrench. You got to give her a wrench.
I did before she left. She didn't have one at the start of the
Oh
chat.
yeah,
I did give her one.
I see.
Yep. This is why I have hesitated.
Jenny will be mad with Bar. Yeah, that's you bet. I'm going to fucking ban everybody. If you use an E in what you're writing, I'm going to ban you.
Yeah, Jenny's gonna go all grammar cops on us.
Fucking A. You can't use a comma right. I don't even want to look at you. I am debating right now. This shows you my obsession. I am debating right now writing to a letter or not to one of the new weather guys we have in our market. He's this younger guy. He does that haircut where you just shave the side of your head naked and you have this not a mohawk, but there's like a big. It's the opposite of being bald. Which I just think is the most awful hairstyle I've seen on men in my life. I agree. What do they call that? A shave or something like that. But what makes me crazy about him is that when he says the word immediately, he's one of those people that says it immediately. And it's like nails on a blackboard to me when people say that, or when they pronounce the name Elizabeth as Elizabeth. It's not Elizabeth, it's Elizabeth. Just makes me crazy, and that's very obsessional, and I admit it. I apologize. So I've been wanting to write the kid a letter and tell him, hey, dude, not only do you need suits that fit and to lose 50 pounds, but you really got to do something about your elocution and enunciation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you would think that to be an on-air personality, enunciation would be important.
Well, yeah. But I'm weird. I use a metric system and I use a 24-hour clock, so I'm broken.
Of course you use a metric system. You worked on foreign cars all your life.
Yeah. I still, to this day, I do not understand how people can cope with fractions. I remember learning how to do fractions and stuff, and I probably still could if I wanted to, but nowadays I convert everything to decimal inches, and then I can kind of cope with it. But
yeah, unfortunately, all the building materials sold in the U.S. are all in feet and inches, so I've had to deal with those all my life.
Well, they're changing. It's very, very slow, but I've seen some stuff that at least features metric measurements. They certainly don't do advertising with metric or anything like that, but
Yeah.
I've seen products state metric information on them. We really should
Yeah, but
change.
it would be pretty hard for them to change just because of all the stuff that's so ingrained here already.
Well, but that's too bad.
Yeah.
You know, time marches on, progress happens, and we're the only country on earth that fucking uses inches. God damn it! I mean, Canada and UK have some problems with being metric or being old imperial, but
Yeah,
they
but Canada, even when they're using imperial, they don't use the same system we do.
no, that is true.
That a gallon in
Imperial gallon
Canada
is
is more like 5 quarts.
Yeah. Yep, that is absolutely correct.
So it's like, come on.
And I know
mean,
that
if you're going to screw it up, at least screw it up the same way we do.
and I've known people in UK who will report their weight in stones.
Yeah.
I've seen that quite a bit.
What the fuck? How big of a stone, dude? Oh man.
There was a person who their handle is 10 stone. And for the longest time, I thought they were doing that because they weighed 140 pounds. And I found out that no, that's not. The reason they picked that name has nothing to do with their weight.
I like how horses are measured by hands. How many hands high?
Yeah. I always wondered where that came from.
Well, I imagine they tried to believe that there was a certain known size of a hand. You know, it's.
Yep. I do at least now understand why alcohol is sold in fifths.
Oh, why?
Because at one time in England, there was a law that you couldn't sell alcohol in any bottle that was more than a quart. So they had to make sure all of the bottles were significantly less than a quart.
I like how I forget what company and product it was, but it was they had a product. I think it was a hamburger that was a 1/3 pound.
Oh yeah, McDonald's did that for a while.
Yeah, and they had to give it up because people always thought that a 1/4 pound was bigger.
Yep.
Because it's a bigger number on the bottom, you know.
Yeah, very American thing. Yeah.
Yeah, another good reason for the metric system. And everybody knows the metric system already because we have a decimal dollar. We all can all do the calculations on that.
Honestly, we can get the metric system in the US if we explain to people how it works for their own measurements. Like, what guy wouldn't rather say that he's about 15 rather than 6? And what woman wouldn't want to say that she's under 100? You know, that her weight is under 100.
Good
if
point.
You're reporting it in kilograms rather than pounds.
I must say I do not know my measurements in metric. I know my height, 174.2 centimeters.
It's the weights, the conversion between kilograms and pounds is the one that still screws me up the most often.
2.2 pounds.
Yeah. Somehow I have trouble with that not sticking in my head properly.
You mean the number of 2.2 or how to calculate it?
Yeah, just being able, the 2.2 number for some reason just doesn't stick. That
yeah.
You know, that in kilograms it's going to be more than twice what it is in pounds.
Yeah. I have as bad as I am with math and numbers on that level, I'm very good at remembering all the conversion numbers, 39.37 and 946 milliliters and 2.54 for an inch,
Well, and
and
then, of
and
course,
2.2, and
then of course there's the problem with temperature because you have to multiply by 5/9.
oh, see that you just got to give up. You just got to give up Fahrenheit and just start looking at everything and saying, this is what 20 degrees feels like. This is what 27
Yeah.
degrees feels like. And I still believe in Fahrenheit for temperature, human
Well,
temperature measurement.
Fahrenheit makes so much more sense that if
It's
it's below 0, water left outside will freeze. If it's above 100, it's hot.
yeah, but the freezing point is what's weird because 0 is below 32 degrees, that, and that's what makes Fahrenheit so weird.
Yep.
But Fahrenheit has steps in between Celsius, and it's more accurate as a description of what temperature it is to the human body. If I tell you it's 20 degrees, that's 68 degrees. But if I tell you it's 21, that's not 69. It's like 70 or something like that. I don't know exactly. I don't memorize
It's not
it.
a problem in Celsius either because you can always use a decimal point.
Well,
It can always
true,
be a tenth of a degree.
true.
And I tell you, moving the decimal point back and forth is a hell of a lot easier than multiplying by fractions.
Ooh, Sven Gulli's going to have Day of the Dead on this weekend. Do you get Sven Gulli up there?
I haven't watched TV in a very long time.
Well, you should.
Original Day of the Dead?
I'm sorry, what?
Original Day of the Dead?
From the previews, it looked like it was. It looked kind of 50s, 60s film quality.
Although I understand that PBS now has the new Walking with Dinosaur series.
Yes, I heard a blurb on TV about that. I didn't memorize it.
Yeah, that originally, when it first came out, it was only on a streaming service. I don't remember which one. But that now PBS has picked it up, so that would be something I'd like to see. And I've got a jack in my living room that is supposedly connected to a rooftop antenna, but I've never bothered to connect a cable to it to see if that works.
Well, do it. TV is way different today than it was 20 years ago. With every local station has multiple stations.
Yeah.
And where you used to have 3, now you have 30.
Yeah, well, I should hook it up just so I can at least get PBS and, local news stations. Because apparently, things happen around here.
Yeah, they do. I heard somebody say it was wrong, but the rumor is out there that this murderer is going to be charged federally only, that he's not going to be charged state. And so everybody's saying, well, Trump's going to pardon him. Well, the truth is he is being charged by the state as well.
Yeah. Well, for these murders, he has to be charged by the state because it all occurred within the state. I don't think they could charge him federally unless he had crossed state lines.
I'm not sure the requirements for that or what charges would be federal. Federally, you can be charged murder federally, like Timothy McVeigh was, but he was also convicted by state.
Yeah.
But he was executed under federal legislation. And so theoretically, if they did charge this guy federally, they could still charge him and try him by state, just like that cop who murdered George Floyd. He was charged and convicted under both.
Well, I hope that Minnesota charges him so that Trump can't pardon him.
Boy, if Trump did, if Trump did actually pardon a guy like that, there would be a revolution. I just can't see people putting up with that.
Almost might make it worth it.
Yeah, but
no, it wouldn't.
Trump would pardon him because he was only targeting Democrats, and Trump wants to encourage his MAGA people to do that.
And all these ICE guys wear masks and no badges because they're all the people from J6 that he pardoned.
I don't know if they're all from J6.
No, but he did give a blanket penalty to all of the J6 people. Or a blanket pardon, rather, to all the J6 people.
And I would bet a lot of them are Proud Boys and Promise Keepers and all those crazy motherfuckers.
Yeah.
That's likely. We do know they have Nazi tattoos.
Well, Minnesota does not have a death penalty.
No.
So if this guy were convicted of multiple murders, which obviously involved a lot of pre-planning, he could wind up spending the rest of his life in a state prison.
Oh, I heard some details that came out today. This guy went from one house to the next house. He also went to 2 other legislators' houses in between.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't hear about that, but
yeah.
Yeah,
but
it was.
They weren't home, so he left.
Yeah, it was 2 different houses in different cities.
Well, suburbs.
Yeah. But still, it was a significant drive in between. And they also said they found a list in his car that listed 70 more potential targets.
See, now they're saying 45. The last couple of days, they've been saying it was only 45.
Okay.
I don't understand the discrepancy. Yeah, but the fucking maggots. Oh, he's a left winger. You know, he had those flyers in his back seat. Well, maybe because he stole them from wherever they were being handed out to throw them away. You know, people do that.
I didn't hear about the flyers, but I did hear that Tim Walsh was one of the people on his list.
I've got some Jehovah's Witnesses pamphlets. Does that make me a Jehovah's Witness?
Yes, it does. Watchtower. That's the name of their newsletter. The Watchtower.
Yep. Yeah, Watchtower is also the name of their publishing house.
I remember when I was a stupid kid and I actually read that stuff and believe that it was all true.
Yep. It's actually funny because the Apostate Sisters went over a TV program that the leader of their cult used to run, and it's like, I remember seeing that on TV when I was a kid. And I didn't realize it was a religious thing. I thought it was supposed to be a variety show, although I found it a very boring one, but I remember seeing it, and it's like they would have, musical numbers and that, and I just thought it was another variety show.
The paper I'm working on, I got to a point where I'm describing my childhood and as a young child praying to God to fix me. And I was absolutely convinced that would be possible because Billy Graham was on the TV curing people right in front of our eyes. That God could cure me too, but maybe I'll have to go find Billy Graham. Oh, Billy, could you heal me? I'll come to your TV show and you can turn me into a girl right there.
Now, see, yeah, my family was Catholic, and there wasn't any patron saint of gender changing, so I knew they weren't going to help me.
Well, in the state of Wisconsin, here's some LGBT history for you. Prior to the years, on the cusp of the years where there began to be gay rights laws around the country, prohibiting firings and evictions and those kinds of discrimination of gay people. There weren't any in the country, and Wisconsin was trying to get some through. David Clarenbach was the legislator who was doing the big push, and every time it came up, they got bipartisan votes in those days, and it kept getting close. Like, we lost by 3 votes, we lost by 4 votes, we lost by 1 vote. These kinds of things. And what turned the tide was Archbishop Rembert Weakland of Milwaukee stood up and said that yes, this discrimination should not occur, and he got the Catholic Church in that diocese to stand with him. And on the day of the vote in the Senate, the House Assembly, I should say, was passing it, but the Senate was the brick wall. They packed the entire gallery with priests and nuns. The entire gallery was packed with priests and nuns, and they stood up in favor of passage of the law, and it did. So,
Nice.
So the Catholic Church does not have all black marks, mostly, but there have been some good things that have happened. And as it turns out, when Rembert Weakland finally left Milwaukee diocese, he was gay. So,
Yeah.
It's understandable, but still.
Well, I have wondered about that just throughout history, that, what did the church wind up just that, gay men wound up becoming priests because it was basically the only acceptable role for gay men was if they would be completely celibate?
Well, I don't know. I don't think gay guys are closeted or on the down low would do it, because I would think that they would use the concept that they were celibate as a cover for themselves.
Yeah.
But not that they would actually decide to be celibate.
Well, obviously they weren't. That's also, also why the Catholic churches always ran orphanages, because what else could they do with the babies from the pregnant nuns?
I would bet it was mostly pregnant teenage girls from their schools.
Yeah, well, and if a girl became pregnant that young, I think most of the time their parents turned her over to the church to become a nun, to be raised in the nunnery.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, what did Billy Joel say? You Catholic girls, something wait.
Oh yeah, I've belonged to a couple of kink groups, and it's like, yeah, there's a disproportionate number of Catholic girls in there.
Can somebody explain to me, and this show you how stupid I am sometimes, or about some things, what is the what is the paraphilia about A, cheerleader uniforms, and B, schoolgirl uniforms? Why does that paraphilia exist?
Well, I think schoolgirl uniforms is just the idea of, they're sure that they're an innocent virgin and, all that stuff that goes with that. The cheerleader uniforms, I would assume, is just because, the cheerleaders are always supposed to be the prettiest and most popular girls in school.
And doing it with the football team.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I have to admit, I really, really, really wanted to be a cheerleader, but the brick walls were in the way.
Mm-hmm.
It also would have been pretty impossible because I was kind of chubby in high school. Although we did have a couple chubby cheerleaders too, so it's whether or not you can make the moves, I guess.
Well, they could have made you top of the pyramid and you would have crushed it.
Yeah. I was watching a little news story on something, and it was about the competitive cheerleading. These girls do some unfucking believable moves with, they call them flyers. They're always the girls are like 100 pounds or less. But still, what they do is, they're getting 15, 20 feet in the air with a throw. There was this one girl who they would throw up in the air, and she would land on her feet on a guy's hands who's standing up there holding his hands up flat above his head.
Yeah.
And then he starts tossing her around, and she flips her, and then she's standing her hands to his hands, and then her feet to his hands, and just flipping around like that. Holy fuck! Aren't you scared to death? Oh man, it's just
You've
it's just
got to have an
amazing.
awful lot of confidence in the catcher there.
Yeah, the athleticism is just very impressive, and I will never stand for anybody saying that cheerleading is just this dumb thing that's not a sport.
Lots of practice there.
Yeah.
Lots of practice, and how many girls went splat before they found one who could do it.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Lots of practice, and how many girls went splat before they found one who could actually do it.
Oh, I would imagine that they have some ways to protect it.
Well, yeah, I mean, they start out practicing with, these thick mats so that when they fall, they can't get hurt too badly.
Flippers use a waist harness on ropes and spotters on each rope so that if they're going to come down wrong, they tighten the ropes and the person never hits the ground.
I suppose that makes sense. I didn't think of that.
They do that in gymnastics too, boys and girls.
They didn't have those when I was trying gymnastics.
They didn't have that when I never tried gymnastics. I was so bad at gym class. They made you, learn gymnastic stuff.
When I was trying gymnastics, Velcro to hold the mats together was a new thing.
I worked my ass off to learn how to just hang on the rings and turn yourself around upside down, not to stand upside down, but to just turn around and then fall off. I couldn't fucking do it. I could never climb the rope. They had the rope that you had to climb to the ceiling, that kind of thing.
Yep.
I could never get over 10 feet. I just couldn't. I didn't have the muscles to do it. I just couldn't.
Yeah, I never had the arm strength to do the rope. But, I like doing the parallel bars. Because the parallel bars wasn't really so much about strength as it was about momentum. So for me, it was just an exercise in applied physics.
Yeah, I couldn't do that either. The thing where you have to stand up on the arms or stiff your arms and hold onto the bars. I couldn't even do that.
Yeah, I could never do the handstand like that. But, most of the other stuff, it's like, I could calculate in advance where my body was going to be because I understood the thing about swinging pendulums and all that stuff.
It was all that kind of stuff that I'm sure that coach who made that nasty comment to me was referring to or thinking about. And there wasn't anything I could accomplish. When they had, you have to go out and we're going to make you all track stars now. You have to run a mile. Well, it took me like 40 minutes to run a mile. Because I kept getting sick and wanting to puke and stuff. I just couldn't do it. And this is at a time where I was on the swim team and I was okay at swimming. But I had the cardio conditioning, but I couldn't run a distance. It was.
Yeah, I could never run a distance really because I just, I couldn't breathe properly to do the running. I could walk 5 miles without, any problem, but I couldn't run.
Yeah, no, I was just a very incompetent little boy. I couldn't play basketball because I was too afraid of getting pushed around by the other guys.
Well, I think we've proven beyond the doubt that you were a terrible guy.
Yeah, I was a failure.
Yep, and I was definitely better at being a girl than I was at being a guy.
Yeah, I
So
would. I
that
would.
leads us back to Mage being the only one here who was a guy.
Still is, and he's a good guy.
Yep.
And I bet he's got 12 inches.
Give or take.
That is the right answer, though. And any guy who actually gives you a measurement, he's lying about it. It's the guys who are vague about it that actually have something worth bragging about.
Yes, it is the early Day of the Dead. No doubt. There's another ad that's on Me TV.
Ah.
Well, that's who carries Svengoolie around here. I don't know if it's a
The
national.
early Day of the Dead?
Yeah.
Well, was this like the night that the Day of the Dead was supposed to have happened on, or something like that?
I don't know. It just says Day of the Dead. I don't know the movie. I haven't seen it. I don't know anything.
Really? You've never seen it? Oh, you're gonna love it. It's a good one.
I want to see. Was it the Night of the Comet? Night of the Red Comet?
Night of the Comet. Yeah. I have got that. If you want to see it, yeah.
Yeah, with the high school girls that become ninjas.
Well, they don't become ninjas, but
oh well, okay. Arms experts.
I'm not sure if I call them arms experts either.
Well, they handled all these automatic weapons and shit like they were nothing. So, when they were Valgals or some crap like that. Yeah, that was such a dumb film. I loved it. The other film that I would love to see again is The Last Starfighter.
We can do that. I've got that.
Ed O'Hurley is in there. And he's the guy who plays that alien, that main alien.
Yep, Last Starfighter is still a classic.
Yeah, I thought that was a good film. I mean, definitely adolescent kind of stuff, but it was still fun. It's okay to just have shoot 'em ups and weird fantasy stuff like that. Sci-fi fantasy, I should say, not fantasy. I'm not into Dungeons and Dragons and things.
One of the earlier CGI shows too.
Hello, Pragmatic.
Yep. Hey, Crystal.
If you can't use the entire measuring tape, you're too bloody honest. What if it's a 25-footer, and where would you put that thing?
Well, I know one place they wouldn't be putting it.
Well, not much of it, anyways. And couldn't you, if it was, and couldn't you then become a pole vaulter then? Or?
Well, there was that guy who lost the pole vault because his bulge knocked the bar down.
Oh God, that was funny.
Bet he's got no problem getting dates after that.
If none of you have seen that video, it's out there. A guy's pole vaulting, and his pouch is a protuberance, shall we say,
Yep.
and he goes over the bar and he knocks the pole up with his dick. It was so funny.
Hey, if you're gonna lose with style.
And like I say, I'm sure that he got lots of offers for dates there. Probably letters coming from women all over the world after that.
Yeah. Not only is it big, it's tough. Oh man.
Oh. Sorry, I keep doing this. I gotta hop up again.
I guess better than hopping down.
Now MASH is on. We'll see what else is on instead of MASH. The news. Oh, Trump, Iran. Oh, he hasn't made up his mind, but he has ideas. Oh, we're in trouble now.
His concepts of a plan.
He said it was his ideas, so I think we're fucked. I made a great little meme today. You guys may have seen it in the chat or the DM. I mean, let me go find that and share it with y'all. It has nothing to do with these nuts. It has to do with my frustration with the world. It's time to elect women to control the planet. Men have shown us how they do it. Clearly, women can do a better job and make it safer for everyone. That's one meme. The other one is, let's see, where did that go? Oh, there it is. This is a long one, kids. I'm not good at writing one-line memes. I just, my brain doesn't work that way. So this one, 3 paragraphs. Looks like the boys running the world are going to have another fight. This time it may endanger the whole planet. Next paragraph. Oftentimes, women will discuss, we don't need men. Men will join in with knuckle-dragging hubris. Quote, if there's no men, who will protect you? Third paragraph. If there's no men, who do we need protecting from? So that's how I feel about these people. Oh, here's a good protest sign from the weekend. Teach our kids critical thinking so they don't elect sociopathic imbeciles.
Mm.
Did you see the Mars attacks poster and clip I put up on the DM?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been thinking about that movie lately, but another great meme. Somebody made it into a button. Typical button, looks like it's maybe 3-inch diameter. White background, brown lettering, and a picture of a shoe croc, with a big fat Donnie Trump stuffed into it. And it says, there you have it, folks, an actual crock of shit.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a poem. Here's one about our dear Christy. Here's a poem about Gnome. She shot her dog. She's a cunt.
Short and to the point.
Oh yeah, some of these protest signs are just so right on. Oh, I got a unknown call from the United States today.
Oh.
I suspect it's probably just a bill collector, but if you guys like to call it and harass them, it's 534-300-3752. Please feel free to call them and annoy them. I got a complaint. This is my mechanic side coming out again. Everybody who knows nothing about mechanical things are saying, "Oh, those tanks are driving by and they're squeaking. We spent all this money and they squeak." Honey, some machines make noise.
Oh, yeah.
And this just happens to be the noise that tanks make for the last, 50, 60, 80 years. It's what they do. Oh, did you see the phone booth I sent you? Or put on the
Phone
DM?
booth?
The phone booth.
Phone booth.
We should post that up and let people enjoy.
Where's the text? No, I don't see the phone booth.
Okay, let me send it again then. Where are we?
I saw the porta potty. I didn't see the phone booth.
porta potty. I don't.
Do I need to pick out the tortoise?
Yep. May just
Yes,
may
the
just
tortoise.
short there.
I love the tortoise. Did you invent that, or did somebody else did that?
I came up with that. I took an image of a porta potty. I put the little light from the TARDIS on top of it and recolored it a little bit so it'd be match a little bit more. And then just had it materialize into my room and then just take a dump.
It looked real good.
Well, I think it's.
That was a fun way to change your set over.
I think it's genuinely excellent.
Had a few down. Had a couple down votes on that one, but it's okay.
Yeah, those are some diehard losers who can't take a joke.
Yeah, well, some people will just shit on your art.
Yeah. I'm actually thinking about maybe making a character that comes out of the TARDIS, Dr. Pooh.
Oh God! Oh, do it! Oh, you can't not do this. That is really good.
All you would have to do is, like steal the image of Mr. Hanky from South Park and put a different hat on him.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, a piece of positive news for trans people. The court, I didn't catch. ACLU of Massachusetts is handling the case, so I don't know what court it's in, federal or it's probably federal. Here's this headline: transgender U.S. passport holders granted temporary relief and challenge to Trump's gender marker policy. To give you backstory, Trump decided that trans people are not allowed to have their gender marker of their identity, but had to go with their birth certificate.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, people are real upset about that. And a court decision was made that temporarily put a temporary stay on that, and specifically only for 6 people who were involved in the lawsuit, not everybody. And in response to that, the Trump administration pretty much wouldn't give any trans person a passport at all. They would take your application and paperwork and documents and not do your passport and not give you your documents back.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the court has decided that that's a bunch of bullshit and extended the injunction to everybody, not just the 6 in the case. I believe it still has to go further in the courts, but that's a good first step.
Well, that the Trump administration's going to appeal it up to the Supreme Court if they can.
Oh, well, of course they will.
And the Supreme Court's kind of iffy as to what direction they're going to go in.
Yeah. They are not so enthused with Trump as they had been.
Have you two seen Bree's latest picture that she has uploaded?
No.
I have got this. You all got to see that. I'm sure since she posted it publicly online, I'm sure she wouldn't mind if we posted it. She's absolutely beautiful.
She has way too many cute pictures already.
Yeah, she does.
As if Bree didn't have enough cute pictures, then she uses the AI for her thumbnails and just pastes her head on any kind of body she wants.
Okay, I've put up. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pictures. Let's share those, and I'll explain. For this first one, folks, think movies. Think Alfred Hitchcock. And then check it out. Are one of you doing that? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've been looking for something else, but yeah.
There you go, folks. The world's best bird feeder.
Okay.
That the picture is Tippi Hedren, who was the lead woman in the film The Birds by Alfred Hitchcock. That's why it's so funny. And in one scene, she was hiding again from the birds in the phone booth, and the birds were smacking up against the glass and breaking it and all this kind of stuff. So it was really quite a tense scene. But this is just
Kamikaze
so
crows.
funny. Yeah, this is just so funny. I want to build one. Somebody should steal that idea and manufacture those. They would sell. Well, to at least older people.
Yeah, I was gonna say they would only sell to like people over 50, because younger people don't watch black and white movies.
Somebody should colorize that movie and get it back out there. It was really scary when I was a kid and watched it.
Pretty sure The Birds was colorized at one point.
Yeah. I bet you Alfred would have gone nuts with that. Because color was certainly around when he made that film. He could have done that in color. He chose not to. This
Oh yeah.
This is endearing to me because in my shop days, Worth was our #1 supplier for metric hardware, and every fucking product this company makes is just perfect. It's like the German equivalent of 3M. Everything they have works just like it's supposed to. And I just thought this is outrageously funny. They're very precise bubbles. They are German,
Yeah, well, but being German bubbles, I would have to wonder whether or not they would work in American levels that are, not metric.
Well, that is a good consideration.
Yeah, The Birds was colorized at one point.
Oh, maybe we should do that sometime on a Thursday.
Colorized version of The Birds?
I don't care if it's color or black and white.
Yeah, that'd be a good one to get.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one in decades.
You've both seen it before?
Yeah,
before.
Been a long time.
I made the meme that you're seeing, but I did not come up with the words. I stole those from somebody on a video. And it was just too good not to pass out.
Yeah, I'm sure Melania did not expect him to live this long. I'm sure when she married him, she figured McDonald's would do him in within a year or two.
Oh, and here's a cropping lesson too, you guys, for design and for photographs and graphics. Notice how there's more space on the bottom than the top. That's all.
Okay, they're, that's supposed to be more visually appealing.
Yes.
I thought you were supposed to balance it.
Well, try a thing both ways sometime and see what you think. I think you'll be surprised.
We'll save that one for last, so we'll jump to this one.
This is just a great one from Saturday. And if you can't read that in the chat, this is nothing compared to the party we'll have when you die.
Yep.
No, there's no point in sharing my yeah. It's okay.
Did I steal your thunder? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. No, you didn't steal any thunder.
That's Bree's picture, isn't that something?
That's pretty.
Yep. Yeah, now I would love for Bree to teach me how she does her makeup.
Mm-hmm. And this person is an expert on insects. How about that?
Her house is crawling with insects, although that's intentional.
I would still love to get praying mantises.
I've only seen one praying mantis before in real life. They're really neat bugs.
The first one I saw scared the shit out of me. I was coming out of my garage, and I turned the corner to the side of the garage, and this big old praying mantis took off from wherever it was sitting and flew directly at my face. I was pretty sure I knew what it was instantly, and as it was on my way into my face, but there wasn't enough time to do anything about it, and so it landed on my face, and it didn't creep me out or anything because I'm just not that way. But
I guess it's not as bad as the palmetto bugs that fly at your face.
yeah, I didn't know praying mantises could fly, so it was a big surprise.
Yeah, when I was with my late fiance, her best friend ordered a praying mantis egg sac as a science experiment with her kids, just so they could see them hatching out. And it's like,
Didn't expect how many.
Yeah, they hatched out like 300 or 400 of them.
Wow.
And then they let them go in their backyard garden, and then they dispersed. And I wasn't going to mention it to the kids, but they cannibalize each other quite a lot at that stage.
Well, they also do sell them as pest control for gardens.
I hope it's native varieties that they sell.
Yeah.
Oh, I want them to sell those orchid mantises.
Yeah.
That look
She
exactly
made sure
like
that
them.
the species she got was native to the state.
That's good.
Did I have another picture up there, or we look
No,
at
that was it.
forever here?
Yeah, because she was all into the organic gardening and everything. So that was another part of the reason she got those, is that she was doing her backyard produce garden and didn't want to have any pesticides.
I know that doesn't really work too well with ladybugs.
No,
getting ladybugs
insects,
or getting rid of them.
Insects.
Insects,
bugs.
Introducing ladybugs to a garden like that, where you buy them and release them, they'll usually just fly away.
What were you saying, Jay?
No, unfinished made a comment.
Oh.
I was just correcting them. And hi, God.
Yeah. The problem with ladybugs is that's how we've got the Japanese lady beetles, which are the more orange ones rather than the red ladybugs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the red ladybugs always had.
Yeah, in the 1970s, those were brought in intentionally to help with gardens because they were much more aggressive than our native species, and they figured that they were going to eat more pests.
I once saw a ladybug larva. When they're this little creature before they morph into a full-grown ladybug. There's little bitty things that was like maybe 3/8 of an inch, something like that. But really, just very prehistoric, pointy, scary looking. If they were like a 2 or 3 inch bug, they'd be frightening.
Yeah, they're pretty creepy looking at when they're in their larva stage.
Mm-hmm. And those Japanese ones, they get in your house, those fuckers bite.
Yep.
Yeah, they will bite.
The little red ones with 2 dots, they were never a hassle. I haven't seen one of those in decades.
Oh, they're still around here.
I haven't seen any. I'm sad.
Oh, you mean the native ones?
Yeah, that's a motherfucker.
It's a ladybug larva.
Firefly larvas are also pretty kinky.
Firefly larva.
I think that's what I saw. The symmetry in those shapes on the thorax or abdomen is really wild.
Firefly larva.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does look like it's a horror movie monster.
Oh, come on, bring out the lightning bolts. Prove it, dude. Prove it. Come on.
Yep. We've got a battle of the gods going in the side chat now.
God damn it. We used to, when my dad would have our little tours or lessons, life lessons, when he would make me play hooky from school and take me out. He would do like 2, maybe 3 times a year for, God, most of my junior high and high school years. And he would lecture me on that day, or make it an occasion, for father and quote unquote son activity, where he tried to teach me how to be a guy. And so he would take me fishing because he knew I liked fishing, still do. We never ever caught a single thing, and everyone times out we never caught a thing. But we used Helgermites for bait. Helgermites are the larvae of dragonflies.
Mm-hmm.
They look pretty monstrous too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're lovely, and I think they're beautiful bug wise, but they have that kind of horror movie look, and they're really a good bait. I've used them myself in my actual fishing where I do catch things. I got turned on to fishing once we were on a family vacation. We got to stay at one of our next door neighbors' cabins that they had way up lake, on a lake in northern Wisconsin, Beaver Lake, I think it was, something like that. And we went out fishing in the rowboat, and my brother was there, my dad was there, and I was there. My little brother wasn't born yet. And we hit a hole that was packed with bluegills, and you put your rod in, and within 5 to 10 seconds you had a fish. And I mean, bluegills were unlimited catch, and we pulled up. We put the little ones back, of course, but we pulled up like 20, 30 bluegills in not even an hour. It was so much fun.
I used to go crayfish fishing off of the boat landing in Michigan.
Oh, those are fun.
Well, they were fun because you didn't even need bait, and this was back in the 70s when the pop cans had the removable thing. All we'd have to do is we'd just break that ring off and just tie it to a string, and you drop it down there among the rocks, and one of them would grab onto the ring, and you just pull them right out of the water, and they wouldn't
Oh,
let go of the
really?
ring.
Oh, that
Yeah,
sounds neat.
they just wanted the shiny ring so bad they wouldn't let go of it, and we pulled up, just dozens of them that way without any of them ever letting go of it.
We went crayfish fishing too, but we used a traditional hook, and we would squeeze bread onto the end of it, and they would clamp onto that. We actually in this one quarry on Waukesha County, we actually caught a crayfish that we measured was actually just under 12 inches long.
Wow.
Yeah, and like lobster size.
We never saw any that big.
That one we put back because we just thought that a big one should go back, so it makes more big ones.
Yeah, the ones we were
Stupid
catching weren't
children.
more than 2 or 3 inches.
Even that small, they can really fucking bite, can't they?
Oh yeah, yeah. Those claws, you get pinched with those. It hurt.
I went.
Wait a minute, I've got to ask the side chat something. Okay, do your lightning bolts have standard or metric threads?
Oh, or are they lightning screws?
And since I Am God is in the UK, then I yep, same question. Who's got standard? Who's got metric?
In the UK, they would be Whitworth.
Whitworth?
Whitworth. Yeah, see who triggers on that.
I don't know that one, but I know why we've got Phillips instead of Robertson screw heads.
Whitworth was a measuring system, or I should say a threading system of hardware that just is not compatible with anything else on the planet. And it's British. It was one of the things that gave British classic cars their reputation and love by so many.
Aren't they? Yeah, the reason Phillips screw heads became the default in the U.S. was because the Robertson, the square bit screw heads actually do have, superior holding power, and they don't slip out as easily. And they're the standard in Canada. But when Henry Ford was building his cars, he wanted to manufacture his own screws. And Robertson would not sell him the patent to manufacture the Robertson screws. So he went and ripped off Phillips instead.
I've never heard that. That's a neat story.
Yep.
And Phillips don't really strip out if you're using here's more mechanic shit. There are different sizes of Phillips screwdrivers. You can get into the tiny ones that are triple aught, quad op, dual op, aught, and then in the normal sizes, there's like a 0, a 1, and a 2, and a 3. And if you select the correct one for the screw that you're dealing with, it fits quite snugly into the thing and is very unlikely to strip out as long as you're using downward pressure or pressure towards the screw when you're trying to loosen it and stuff. You can't just mamby-pamby any screw. You have to give pressure towards the axis of the screw. And
I think it's a little bit more difficult when the screw's sideways.
Right. That's the big thing with the Phillips screws is that you've got to have them straight and centered. If you've got the screwdriver at any kind of an angle to the head, then it's going to tend to strip.
Well, but that's true with slotted too. Slotted are horrible. Although, again, if you pick the correct screwdriver for the screw that you're dealing with, the slot should be completely filled with the driver, not any slot whatsoever, and you generally don't have a problem with distorting the slot or the head and slipping out. Tools matter. Well, you know that you're a mechanical person. You know that.
Yeah, but there's also the question of cheaply made fasteners and cheap tools. And
then the current rage is Torx, or some people call it Torex. I don't know why, but it's Torx. That are that kind of star-shaped thing, and the tamper-proof have a little dot in the center of them, a little post, I should say.
Yeah.
The only purpose for Torx is that they're very easy for a machine to hold on to as it puts it in place. It's just the nature of that design. A robot can hang on to it. Yeah, well, and the screw will stay on the end of a driver more easily. And you really can get Torx drivers down to like a T1 or a T2, little tiny things like that. Most of the Torx in your car are going to be like a T6, 8, 10, 12, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, 5s and 10s are what I find to be the most common. Yeah, if you have an iPhone and you look at your lightning port down on the bottom, those are little itty bitty Torx, and you can actually get drivers for those things. Incredibly tiny. Yep. I've got a little pocket size 3.6 volt screwdriver and a full set of the security bits. So. Oh yeah, what brand is it? Do you like it? Does it work? How about charge? Well, I've got a Skill one that I've been using since the 90s and is still working great, but it appears they have discontinued that one. But yeah, it's got a lithium battery that's I've been using for over 25 years, and the battery's still good. Still takes a good charge.
My first electric was a Black and Decker, and I just loved it. It was so great. One of my customers, Arlen Denny, he's a plastic surgeon, does mostly maxillofacial reconstruction, from accidents and that sort of thing. And children with birth defects and stuff. Anyways, he saw me using it one day. He says, "Well, that's exactly what we have in the OR." Same brand. different color case, and they sterilize them, but he said it's the exact same tool. I thought that was fun.
So does that mean you can go to these women who have had facials and take out all their screws and watch their skin flop?
Maybe. Arlen did some incredible work. He First of all, he was one of those, was just a rich plastic surgeon. He actually twice a year would go down to Central and South America, and once all the way to Indonesia, and do free surgical work for children with hair lip defects and other birth defects of their face. And of course, it's all free. And up here, we had actually one of his patients was a customer of ours, and there was this young kid who was just, I saw his pictures at birth, and he was just horribly deformed. His face and head were just monstrous, that were so bad. And Arlen took him on as a patient, and over the span of I think it was almost 15 years that they were together, he built this kid a face. And the kid had photographs of himself in all the various stages, and it was like, holy shit!
Yeah,
he made him into a perfectly normal-looking human being, and it was just very, very impressive. The other case he told us about that I remember him for is the freeway near our shop. There was an incident where a semi trailer, well, I don't know if it was a semi, but a truck that size with the gigantic wheels. One of the ways that they have those wheels is that there's a ring, a band that is bolted on that actually holds the tire in place, because you can't put those things on a tire machine. And the ring came off of one of these wheels at speed from this truck. Ooh. And it bounced along the freeway and jumped up over the divider and practically cut this woman's head off. But it was kind of an angle, and it just absolutely made a horrible mess of her face. And Arlen showed us a picture of her in the ER. You couldn't even recognize that it was a human being. It was so bad. And he put her back together. And I never saw the final results, but he said that she was very reasonable, and yes, she had some scarring and things like that, but he said for the most part, it was, people aren't going to run away from her and hide because she's a monster. It's oh God, what a horrible injury that would be.
Of course, now I've got an image of Jenny facing off against one of these plastic Barbie princesses with her screwdriver. Stay back or I'll take off your nose.
I've got 11 screws in my wrist. I think it was 11. Is that what I counted? I don't remember.
I am the only one in my family who still has all organic parts. Everybody else has some kind of a metal fastener stuck in them somewhere.
You old-fashioned people. It's boring. I got titanium in my hips, and I got stainless in my wrist, and I've got plastic in my eyes.
Yeah, pretty much all of my siblings and my mom all have had either a knee or a hip replaced.
Yeah, I need a knee replacement, but I'm not going to do it. They won't let me because I don't have anybody here at home. They say you must have somebody with you 24/7 for the first 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
with me, and I have no way to do that, so they won't do the surgery. So that's why I don't walk well, and I need a wheelchair and things.
Mhm. Oh.
I'd love to get a powered wheelchair.
Yeah, I kept trying to get one for Sloth Girl, but we could never find one we could afford.
I want one of those with the treads on the sides. I can
Oh,
go
yeah.
off in the field, so I can start doing my wildlife photography again. That would be nice. Oh,
Hmm?
I think as one of the hooks for the next episode of the news, they said, I thought they said something about transgender.
Oh.
I'm going to have to listen after the commercial. Hey, do any of you guys, chat, you guys too, do any of you know anybody who actually has solar power in their house?
Yes. So a few of my neighbors have solar power.
Yeah. How do they run shit? I mean, do they have to buy all new stuff that runs on 12 volts or?
No, it was a solar panel. They got solar panels on the house.
Right. But those put out
Yeah.
12 volts.
Yeah, but they can run a transformer and an inverter right before the fuse box, so it delivers 120 volts AC.
Oh, that's how they do that?
Yeah. I can see it making a lot more sense down in Florida. Up here, especially when the winter days are so short, I don't know if it would really pay itself off.
There was a whole program with the electric company to put solar panels on houses. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough credit to do it, and they wanted to put it in spots that would have been difficult for me if I had to get up there onto the roof to clean it off.
Mm-hmm.
In Wisconsin, I don't know what they did with solar, but the Wisconsin Electric, as part of the energy savings program, would come into like a business like ours and assess our lighting and replace it all for free with low power consumption. In those days it was all fluorescent lighting.
Yep.
But all new fixtures, and it ended up being brighter and cleaner than it was before, and it was beautiful, and everything was free, 100%.
Yeah. Well, they did a lot of that stuff, and that's why a lot of the power companies were like giving out, free those twist fluorescent light bulbs and that, because they worked out that it was cheaper for them to upgrade everyone to more efficient lighting, so they wouldn't have to build an additional power plant.
Oh, that's interesting. I figured it was just some federal grant that was going on, but that makes good business sense, of course.
Well, yeah, the feds gave some money toward it too, but yeah.
When it was done, it was brighter than it ever had been, and we were considering buying new lighting because it was just too dark in the shop.
Mm-hmm.
And then I heard about this, and they came in, they had it all done in one day. Damn.
Nice.
And they were cooperative enough that we were able to still keep one bay open at a time so we're continuing to be productive.
Yep.
And it was summer, so we also worked on some cars outside. But hold on.
Yeah, and in spite of anything that the federal government has done, Minnesota does still list transgender as a protected class. So here they still can't discriminate you. They can't deny renting to you because you're gay or trans.
It was just local response of that Tennessee decision.
Okay.
But it's kind of nice that oh fuck.
Huh?
Trump is removing the crisis line for LGBT people. No more
I thought
suicide.
he had already done that.
Apparently, there was some specific program for gay LGBT youth services.
Yeah.
And that's what's being eliminated. Well, good, because they just want LGBT community to kill themselves. That sounds like
Yeah.
Republicans. Oh, hold on. Wow. Apparently, Milwaukee is dropping its Juneteenth celebration because they're concerned about violence and threats that have been made.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised about Trump deciding that if he can't cancel Gay Pride Month, he'll just cancel the month of June.
No, he'll rename it to Trump, the month of Trump.
It'll be the biggest, most beautiful month. It'll have 32 days.
And 26 hours a day.
27 hours a day. That was part of the ad for the Trump cell phone service, was that it would offer 24/7 service.
Yeah. Yawn. Well, it is now 6 o'clock.
Yep. We've gone past your 4 hours.
Yeah. I think we should go for 6. No, because I gotta pee.
Yeah, but and then it'll be 8 o'clock, so then you'll say we have to go to 8, and we'll never catch up. Yep. Okay, yeah, we should wrap it up here. Jenny, you have any final words? Anything you want to say before we go?
No, I just I guess that I'm thinking about everybody and the safety for all, not just our community, but everybody out there with the fascism that's being thrust in our face. We're all targets. We all could be victims. So please be intelligent out there. And if you go to protest, leave your phone at home.
Yep.
Wear a mask. Don't let these people get you on camera.
Yeah, if you can, go pick up a burner phone, but leave your main phone at home.
Mm-hmm.
Mage, you can show us something here?
Yeah, it's my show, Mage's Media Musings, on Sunday at 8. I may have a special guest that's coming on. It's Saka-chan doll. She wanted to talk about. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Okay, good. She wanted to talk about it's Galaxy Quest, and if she can stay for the whole thing, we'll do a show on pop culture in Japan.
Cool.
She's got those weird eyes too.
Yeah, that's what I said. She's a VTuber with the two-toned eyes.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a real human being.
No, she is a real human being. She just uses the VTuber thing.
Yep.
So there's an actual person. This Osaka-chan doll isn't just a character. There's actual person.
Well, there is a person who's like Surus.
Yeah.
Using the avatar.
Not sure whether or not she's got 2 different color eyes.
I've never seen what she really looks like.
Oh, okay. All right. That's what I was trying to get clear.
Okay, well.
And I just for the benefit of our new guest today, Friday, 8 o'clock, folks, Apostate Sisters doing their atheist-oriented show?
Yep, 8 p.m. Central. Sometimes they do interviews, and sometimes they just talk about how they grew up in a cult and how to get out of a cult.
What is apostate? What's the definition?
I'm not sure exactly the definition, but basically apostate is like somebody who was part of the cult who is now outside of it, so the cult doesn't want their members talking to them anymore.
A person who renounces or a religious or political belief or principle.
There we go.
One who has abandoned one's religious faith, political party, one's principles, or a cause. Isn't it interesting how dictionaries, they're certainly the same definition, but how different the definitions are?
Well, and if anybody needs one, Owen Morgan, Telltale Atheist, sells signs that say apostates live here, which will keep Jehovah's Witnesses from knocking on your door.
Oh, really?
Because they're not allowed to talk to apostates, so if they see that, they just have to move on to the next house.
Oh, well, that sounds brilliant. I got to get me one of them.
Okay, so with that...
Well, there's my YouTube channel for anyone who hasn't had it yet.
Yep.
And I just want to repeat into the chat, Thursday night, 11 p.m. Central Time. We'd love to have more folks watching movies and having a good time with us. We talk dirty and well, we're all naked during the broadcast. We just don't show each other.
Yeah,
of course
just DM Mage to get the link for it.
Yeah, of course, I may have to switch to a different system. If we get a lot of people, or actually I might have to. I'm looking at a few different systems to switch to since I'm not sure the stability of StreamYards.
And sex toys are allowed.
Just be sure to mute if it's really loud and vibrating. Or if you're doing that.
Jenny, you like the apostate sisters? They're constantly showing their boobs and their pussy there.
Are they lesbian? Don't answer.
They're sisters.
Well, so
incest is wincest.
Isn't that one of the advantages of being lesbian? Or
no. Now, come on, you can't do that to people we actually know without checking with them.
That's what I should have done to freak out my brother when I made the comment that I'm a woman and women fuck men. I said, you wanna give a toss? I won't get pregnant. Yeah, which would have been a nasty thing to say. He got his girlfriend pregnant in high school, and well, never mind.
Okay. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Love you guys in chat. Be gay, do crime.